if I could ask you to stand for karakia and council affirmation. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kena kena ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, ihi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei mauri ora. It is affirmed today that we as councillors will work together to serve the citizens of Selwyn District, to always use our gifts of understanding, courage, common sense, wisdom and integrity in all our discussions, dealings and decisions so that we may solve problems effectively. May we always recognise each other's values and opinions, be fair-minded and ready to listen to each other's point of view. In our dealings with each other, let us always be open to the truth of others and ready to seek agreement, slow to take offence and always prepared to forgive. May we always work to enhance the well-being of Selwyn District and its communities. We will. Thank you. We've got apologies today from Megan and Deborah. If we could have a mover and seconder to accept those. Thanks, Shane and Bob. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Identification of any urgent general business. I haven't been made aware of any. Sharon, nothing else to add to today's agenda? No. Any conflicts of interest people want to raise other than those that have already been previously declared? No. And I'd just like to start by acknowledging Graham McNichol, who's sitting down the end there. Graham, do you want to come and just take a seat up the front here? Just everyone, this is Graham. And on Friday, I had the pleasure of being at the Canterbury Westland Infrastructure Awards. Selwyn featured heavily in all awards categories. And our contractor Cord was sponsor of some of the awards and was also a winner of one of the categories. But behind the scenes, Graham had given his time to be a judge and has for many years been a judge for the Canterbury Westland Contractor of the Year Awards. And Graham, you know, I just thought it's nice to highlight our staff when you're doing great things, not only for our own district, but also with our partners, thinking about the contractors that deliver great outcomes for our communities and have been involved both across Canterbury and Westland. So I just want to acknowledge you today, give you some chocolate, wee round of applause and say thank you.
Well, thank you, Sam, and the council. As Sam said, it is my third year doing it after spending 5 years before that on the committee, on the Executive Canterbury Westland Committee. I guess I volunteer my time back to the industry that's given me so much through my working career. So I've always been involved as a contractor in contracting. And it's just my wee way of giving back to an industry that's given me so much. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Graham. Great. We have next an annual update from Transwaste, and just welcome the team who have come here today. Gil, do you want to, you and everyone else down to the end of the room, and we'll have a presentation from them and a chance to ask any questions.
That's right.
That's it? I'm on now? Thank you. Thanks very much, Sam, and thanks for the welcome. With me, I've got, sitting on my right here, Jeremy Parker, Commercial Manager for Transwaste, and whoops, behind me, don't like them being behind me, Hayden Leach, Landfill Manager, and Greg Slaughter, South Island Regional Manager for Waste Management. It's really a pleasure to come along and spend a few minutes talking to you about us and what we do. We've done a presentation or in the midst of doing presentations to a number of the councils. We have a much fuller presentation, which what I think we'll do is sent to you for you to use. So we've what we're doing today is extracting a little bit out of that to try and talk to, and we're focusing largely on sustainability, some of the initiatives we're taking, with a very quick update around our financials for this year, and a couple of other sort of minor matters, but we'll focus this largely around that sort of often used word, probably too much used word these days, sustainability, whatever it means, but what it means to us. Okay, let's move forward if I get this right. That's whoops, not coming up. Oh, right, sorry, well, in a moment. So, Jeremy, can you make sure that we get that full presentation?
Yep, I'll send it through.
And then the councillors can share that. All right. That's a picture of, does that blow up fully on the screen? Or is that's as large as it gets on the screen?
We'll have to get out a full screen on that one side.
That's fine. But we'll leave it at that. That's a current view across the bottom end, if you like, or across the bottom end of the landfill, taken from the one of the access roads around to the facilities pad. And that cover you can see there, the green, that's the final cover. That part of the landfill is finished. So it's the first time we've really been able to say that part of the landfill is finished. So that's got the final cover on it. At the top, and so the left-hand side of that is still where we're working, and that will continue to increase in height in years to come. We're approximately halfway through the capacity of the landfill. The capacity of the landfill is somewhere around 13 million cubic metres. We're about 6.5 million cubic metres of waste gone in there so far. Our consent runs to 2039. We probably might have a bit of space to go into 2040, 2041. That will require an extension of that consent, but we're about on track on our estimate of current volumes going into the landfill. I'll talk a wee bit about that later on. However, people are saying, and you're starting to hear noises about new landfills being consented in Canterbury. One of the things that we read in the media, etc., is because Canterbury and Cape Valley is running out of space. That is not correct. We've got another, till 2040 roughly, in the current footprint of the landfill. That's 37 hectares. We own 1,300 hectares, and right adjacent to this current valley that we own is and the next valley that we own. If that was developed, and it would be subject to consenting, but if that was developed and it uses the same geological structure, that would give us another 50 years in that space, and there'd be a further space for another 50 years beyond that in another valley. So the concept of a regional landfill, taking all of the waste and highly engineered with a high level of environmental safety that was originally proposed, is still alive and well. We are not running out of space, but despite what you might read in the media. You will see a funny little plume in the middle of that picture, a little white bit. That's a plume of water vapour from the new plant that we commissioned in the last year or so that treats leachate. The landfill makes two products. It makes landfill gas, which is valuable, and we'll talk a bit about that later on, and it makes leachate, which is the moisture issue that comes out of the bottom of the landfill, which is captured, and we now destroy that by an evaporation process by that machine. We might get a photo of it later on. One of the things I wanted to just recognise was Gareth James passed away in the middle of this year. Gareth was the conceiver and founder and builder of Cape Valley, and that's a a sad day for us all, and I think Canterbury lost a fantastic engineering personality, but also resource in Gareth, who passed far sooner than one would have hoped of any person. But just an acknowledgement of Gareth's contribution, which will always be there. We are in the process at the moment of a governance review. The landfill's been going, the actual landfill's been going 19 years, but the Transwaste as a company's been going 25 years, and we felt that it was appropriate to do a governance review. That has gone through the Canterbury Regional Landfill Joint Committee, and we will be talking to each of the councils about that as we move that through, and the hope is that we'll get that finished early in the new year and in place early in the new calendar year. It will not be significantly different from what we've got, but it will fine-tune it and probably make it a little bit more streamlined and efficient. What I did want to talk about was landfill gas. So I mentioned before that a landfill essentially is a large digester, anaerobic digester. We don't build it of metal, we build it of soil. What goes in is a resource, and we try and extract more value from that. And that value comes out in the form of landfill gas. Our landfill gas, and I'm talking really broad numbers here, is just a little over 50% methane, which is the valuable part, and the rest of it is largely CO2 with a few sundry gases as well. We are required by regulation to capture the landfill gas and destroy the methane, which is an extremely difficult and I guess lethal greenhouse gas. We are not required to destroy the CO2. We would like to, and we'll look at that for the future, but at the moment our concentration is on the greenhouse gas called methane. We take that and we use it to generate electricity, and I'll talk a little bit later about some of the other uses we're looking to use it for. The CO2 that we release, if the waste hadn't gone into the landfill, would have been released anyway. It was going to gradually go into the air. The fact that we get it into the landfill and we release it, we extract the methane from the landfill gas, and the CO2 goes out the exhausts of the generators or out of the flare. One of the things that people often talk to us about is plastics, etc. Once plastics have gone into the landfill, they are sequestered, they are captured forever. They are not going to release, whereas if they're not, or they're put through an incinerator, they will release gases. Once plastics have gone into the landfill, that's their final resting place. So that's one of the advantages that we see in a landfill. That's the energy pad, just a view of it, where the landfill gas is destroyed. On the left-hand side there, you can see there's a flare where we flare the gas that we don't put through the generators, and on the right-hand side, there's 4 generators sitting there. Currently, we would have the capacity in terms of gas to have probably another 2 generators there. The difficulty we've got is we're restricted by the export line to the national grid of how much electricity we can take down that line. We've been waiting for Mainpower to build their wind farm, which we would then tap into the 66 kV line they would build. We've been waiting for that, someone told me the other day, for 18 years. And we've just about run out of patience on that, so we're likely to look at potentially building our own line if we can do that. I wanted to talk just a little bit about greenhouse gas audit results, and this is really putting the numbers around the destruction of the methane. We're talking about here CO2 emissions of landfill gas in terms of tonnes of CO2 emitted. Both these figures are certified, they're 22 and 23. 24 is, the certification process is underway at the moment and will look relatively similar to the 23 figures that are there, but we haven't got the certification yet. The baseline we established was for 2022, and if you look at that, we produced landfill gas of 262,000 tonnes of CO2. We destroyed 226, so we emitted from the landfill and didn't capture 35,000 tonnes. We added to that our transport and landfill diesel emissions, which was near enough to 4,000 tonnes, gave us a greenhouse gas footprint of 39,000. We have sequestration in our own forests, an increase in that of 6,000. So a net emissions of CO2 in that year, 33,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. For 2023, going through that same list, you'll see a marked improvement where we destroyed 287 out of 299,000 tonnes. And the reason for that difference was two. We had a period in 2022 where a part of the landfill gas capture system was out of action because of the structure and the design of the landfill. Secondly, we had a rupture in a pipe. A contractor ruptured our main gas capture pipe, and we were unable to capture all the gas for a period of time. Those things were obviously corrected, and therefore out of near enough to 300,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent we emitted in 2023, we destroyed 287,000 tonnes, so direct emissions of only 12,000. Added to that was our landfill and landfill use of diesel and transport use of diesel, 4,000. Our greenhouse gas footprint was 16,000 tonnes, and we sequestered about nearly 7,000 tonnes through our forestry operation, so a net of just under 10,000 tonnes. We think that's pretty stunning based on the amount of greenhouse gas that comes out of the landfill that we have to capture. And that's the difference between this landfill that's highly engineered with high gas capture and other, I'll call them old-fashioned dumps that had nothing. They just emitted that gas into the air, that greenhouse gas into the air. So this is something we monitor and we work on really hard all of the time, and we're getting better and better at doing it and have been right from the start of the landfill. But we're pretty proud of those figures. Just to give you an idea, on the left-hand photo there is a wellhead that's capturing the gas, and that's captured by that well goes right to the foot of the landfill. That well stem you can see there goes right to the foot of the landfill, and we put a negative pressure on that, so a suck if you like, and that sucks, we make sure we capture as much of the landfill gas as possible. We aim to get 100%, and we do in many cases. There are times when we don't, when we have to have parts of the gas capture system shut down because we're working around it with machinery, but by and large we capture pretty close to 100%, and our aim is to get to 100%. And then you'll see on the right photo, there's the pipe where the gas comes in to, in fact that gas there is going into one of the generators, and you'll see the line of 4 generators we've got there. Looking at some other aspects of greenhouse gas emissions, we're looking at doing a number of things to offset our own emissions. That's largely the diesel that we use in transporting from here or anywhere to Cape Valley, and the diesel we use on the plant that's used in the process of compaction and operating the landfill. We're looking, and we've got budgeted our first electric line haul vehicle for 2025. We are currently investigating both electric line haul, which has been not been possible up till now, but that's looking to be a distinct possibility. And in addition to that, we're looking at the options of hydrogen power, whether it's hybrid hydrogen or pure hydrogen in the long run. And we're working with operators in Christchurch, such as Fabrum, around the hydrogen opportunity. Just as a sort of a note, in 2023, the electricity we generated using landfill gas, that's using the methane to power the generators, would have been enough to supply 2,100 households. I've talked a little bit about leachate, and there's that Benevap that had the plume of water vapour coming out of it. That evaporates the leachate on site, and it's only if we had an extreme event where we created more leachate than we were planning, and that can happen through an extreme rainfall event or something like that, that we would have to take leachate off the site and take it to the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant. That used to happen in the past a bit, but now that we've got this machine, I think we're probably not doing that at all. I mentioned before one of the issues is around we're seeing is the number of landfills that are attempted to be consented at the moment, and we've seen 3 or 4 in Canterbury. Remember, the context was when Cape Valley was set up as a regional landfill across the region, that resulted in 52 old-fashioned dumps being closed down, and those dumps had no leachate control, those dumps had no gas extraction control, so that was stopped, and we had one highly engineered and environmentally highly successful landfill. Our concern is not about competition, our concern is about potentially the proliferation of more dumps. And so we will take action always to question the regional council about the consenting process and about their monitoring of any consents they give to other landfills that may not have the same level of protection that Cape Valley has. Health and safety, zero. I always touch wood when I say that, because you do always worry about health and safety. It's a highly dangerous facility we operate, and we are very, very strict around safety measures. But we've had a fantastic operation, largely due to the diligence of management and staff. Our facilities pad, where there's a massive movement of trucks and containers all the time, is one of the high danger areas for health and safety. And finally, just looking at our financial forecasts, you've got 23 June actual, 24 June actual, both audited figures, and our budget that's in the statement of intent for June 25. I'm not going to go through those figures in detail, but you can see that it's tracking very successfully. It's all driven off the number of tonnes we get to the landfill, and despite the fluctuations in the economic conditions over the last year or so, our tonnes have held up pretty well, better than we thought they might have. And I'd say for the June 25 year, we're approaching, we're third of the way through that, we're pretty much on track for that 355,000 tonnes.
Gil, I'll just let you know we've got about 5 minutes left for this, so and there may be some questions that the councillors will have. So
that's just the pictures on Turramana Bush. And that's there.
You can tell us about the bush then. You can go back and keep going.
Well, look, I wasn't going to spend much time, but those two, there's 4 photographs there. And if you look at the ones on the left, the bottom one is a current photograph, and the other one was when we started Turramana Bush in 2004 or 5, and the same, a separate duality of photographs on the right-hand side, the bottom one looking across Cape Pond at where it is now, and what it used to look like in 2004-5. We're thrilled about that, and others are obviously got pretty interested as well, because this Friday the people that are doing a filming series on the cloaking of Papatūānuku are coming to do a feature on Turramana Bush. So that's been a great success, and is a great thrill, I guess, every time that we go up there to just see how successful it's been. Questions now, over to you.
No, thank you for that. And comprehensive presentation, and particularly focused on that sustainability aspect, which is really important.
But we will give you the more comprehensive, you get this lot, but you will give you the more comprehensive slide set as well.
Thank you. One of the things that stood out there to me was just the increase in diesel use, about a 20% increase on your 2023 or 2022 to 2023 numbers, in both the haulage or on site, it wasn't clear what it was in there. Is it just driven by increased tonnage travelling to Cape Valley, or is there extra work that's happening on site?
Go. It's actually a change of scope. So the original baseline data was quite narrow in that it included the vehicles that were directly contracted to Transwaste, whereas the second ones actually included some Scope 3 emissions as well.
So our contractors working for us on site, doing some of the initial earthworks to create the landfill, to create the cells in the landfill.
Thank you for that clarification. Elizabeth.
Thank you. That was really informative. Really enjoyed it. I missed the visit because when I first came as a councillor, there was an opportunity to come, but it poured with rain. Absolutely poured with rain. And I was wondering if you're going to have another site visit opening day for elected members, because I would love to come. I've been waiting for that. My other question is, what is the future long-term plan for Cape Valley when it's finished doing what it's doing now?
In 2040, let's say it finishes in 2040, roughly. The area will be very much like that first slide looked over the whole area. We will have an aftercare requirement for, it's planned for 25 years, but until the landfill becomes inert. During that period, we'll still be extracting gas because it'll still be producing gas and leachate, so we'll still be doing what we do now, even though there's no activity in the landfill. And we'll do that through to when it becomes inert. The other thing that will happen, of course, is that will largely be pasture. It won't be covered in trees. It won't be allowed to be covered in trees during that period. So it'll be pasture, grazed, I guess. The other thing that will happen, and it's our hope, is that the opportunity will be taken to extend the landfill to the next valley over, which we euphemistically call KV2, which will, in a sense, duplicate what we've had for the last, by the end of the last 35 years odd. And a lot of the planning that's gone into this in terms of the roading network and in terms of where that gas platform and flare are situated are so that it would be simple to run another landfill in the next valley across, because it's literally 100 metres to the next valley. But that's subject to consenting. And we accept that, that's fine.
Great, thank you for coming in today to present that to us. It's been informative for us to hear the update, and Gil, just want to acknowledge your leadership there as well, and thank you for your time as leader for this project. Thank you.
It's been a privilege doing this for the community, it really has. People had told me I was going to get involved in waste years ago, I would have said why, but it's been a real passion, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, the next presentation is from Selwyn Waihora's own committee. We've got a couple of people joining us online, Matt Dodson, Alana Kidd, and Jamie is here. Kia ora, Jamie. Thank you for coming in today and presenting the update for the Selwyn Waihora's own committee.
Kia ora koutou, called Jamie Granaho. I am the facilitator for the Selwyn Waihora's Zone Committee. We actually do have our Chair and Deputy online, Chair Matt Dodson and Deputy Alana Kidd, so I've got the all-important task of pushing the next button on the presentation today, which we'll hopefully get up in a minute or second.
Kia ora. My name is Matt Dodson, as Jamie just said. It's my great pleasure to come and have a chat to you today. It's been about a year, so it's probably long overdue. But I would just like to thank you all for giving us this opportunity to present today. Before we get into it, I just want to make a couple of acknowledgements. So this year we've had a couple of members who have retired and moved on to their next ventures. So Kaitianga Tai Ururi and James Brooker, who have both made outstanding efforts with the Selwyn Zone Committee over the last few years. I just want to acknowledge their efforts. Next one, please, James. So we're going to do a really quick brief of what we've been doing over the last few months, and just hopefully give you a sense of what actions we've been up to and what we're hoping to do in the future. So myself and Alana took on the chair and deputy role at the beginning of this year, and we're hoping to kind of slightly move the zone committee in a different direction. So probably over the last 3-4 years, there's been a biodiversity focus. My background is in water, and Alana is in water and environment, and I think we'd kind of like to push into that area. So one of the first things we did at the beginning of the year was have a workshop around how we can be more effective in kind of influencing in this zone and in these areas. And I think where we kind of got to was what we'd like to do is build more active community engagement, build those collaborations and those connections, and provide advocacy for those key issues through recommendations to councils, and more sharing of information and improved networking. I really feel the Zone Committee is quite a unique body that links decision makers and regulatory bodies between and the general community. So we have those functions, we have those members in our team, and we have the ability to kind of make networks. The other thing we've been doing this year is providing feedback on the CWMS review, the future of freshwater leadership, and trying to influence that. So myself and Alana, we're going to just tag team this, so I'm going to be quiet and hand over.
Kia ora koutou. We've just got a few slides on various events that the committee has been involved in recently. This is one of them. This film screening was a really great community engagement effort. As you can see, we had over 50 in attendance. We screened this film, 6 Inches of Soil, at the Darfield Recreation Centre. And it was a great example of getting the community together over soil and water quality discussion. We showed film, and then there was plenty of time for questions and discussion with a panel of farmers and Quorum Sense, who supported the event as well, and a good discussion of current issues in the zone. The film it's a UK film, but focuses on follows 3 farmers that are new to farming and trying to achieve truly sustainable farming, and just highlights those challenges, some of which are common in Canterbury, but also the passion that farmers have for achieving good environmental outcomes. We'll move on to the next one, Jamie. And Matt, do you want to cover this one?
Yep. So mid-year, we had a number of presentations focusing particularly around groundwater quality, and they came from Environment Canterbury, Selwyn District Council, and Ellesmere Sustainable Agriculture. And what we're thinking about and what information we're after is around the general state of play in the catchment and the groundwater system, and particularly focusing on kind of nitrate and bacteria. So bacteria is a public concern, and it is detected in groundwater, often in very shallow bores. There was those speakers talked about the importance of maintaining bores to prevent contamination, particularly around the wellhead themselves. And then there was the more kind of catchment cumulative effects around nitrates and how generally they're on the rise in the bores that have been tested. I think there is some really good monitoring out there done by a number of organisations, and I think that provides us with a really good, clear picture of what is going on. And then I guess the last one was around the LTP water focus feedback around safe water drinking, stormwater and flood works, which are priorities for the community and the zone committee.
We also, as Matt sort of alluded to earlier, as a committee, we have a focus on building communication and collaboration among all the various actors and groups that are involved in freshwater and water quality. This project was undertaken with Element Environmental, only to scoping stage at this point in time, but we were looking to see what the options were for building more connections, collaborations, and better integrating all of the information, data, and expertise that exists already, and how that might be done. Also, including the important work of catchment groups as well. And yeah, seeing what leverage, what can be leveraged from that existing work. A funding application was made to Access to Experts. We found out recently that was unsuccessful. So at the moment, we're just looking at other options for this. But it was a great opportunity to get some input from a number of catchment groups and so on about what is needed to improve management.
And recently we've had a couple of presentations from ESR around on-site waste management systems in the zone. This is an issue that Environment Canterbury have been kind of looking at for the last few years, particularly where these systems operate within community drinking water supplies. I think, as you'll all be aware, that there is a rise in these systems in different parts of Canterbury, and they have the potential to affect drinking water, and they need to be kind of considered when being installed within the protection zones of local and community drinking water supplies. So there was a recommendation around homeowner awareness, and some of these recommendations we kind of took on and had at our well testing events that we'll talk about later. We've also recently been kind of looking at our neighbours, particularly Ashburton and Christchurch zone committees, around what they've done really successfully. So we had a presentation from Dr. Brett Painter around the Hekio Hines Water Enhancement Trust and what initiatives they've been doing in that catchment, and specifically around managed aquifer recharge and near river recharge. And then just recently we had another presentation around advanced mitigations, which are basically mitigations that farmers can do on land to reduce their impact on the groundwater system and surface water systems.
And then finally, as you may be aware, we held 3 well water testing events for the community at Kalinchi, Westmountain and Sheffield. We used a booking system for this, which was 100% booked out, which I think shows community interest in this. The purpose of these events was to raise awareness among well owners of their responsibilities and the need for monitoring of their water quality. And it was really well supported by groups who were able to provide information on the results and also on what management or solutions are available for well owners. Do you have anything to add, Matt, on the water testing events?
Firstly, I'd like to thank Southern District Council because you did support us through kind of allowing us to use your comms page and your engagement people. But Andy and the biodiversity team was amazing. It really helped us. We had a number of suppliers that kind of came out on the day. So we had Millen Drilling, Waterforce, Food and Health Standards Limited, Fiona and Andrew, who are wastewater designers. And I think what I liked was that, you know, people would walk in there, provide their samples to the testers, they'd get a number, and they could walk over to Lisa at Food and Health or Waterforce, and they could talk about what that meant and how they could treat their systems. And Macmillan Drilling and could talk about wellhead supplies and the pumps and all that infrastructure. And of course, you know, if there was an issue around the on-site wastewater system, then Fiona and Andrew could kind of chip in. So the idea was to bring people in with the testing and then give them support with local kind of providers. Before we do go to questions, I'm just going to chip in here with one thing that I kind of raised on our zone committee meeting on Monday. And that's just around the Selwyn River, Winakeri Near River Recharge Project. One of the things I'd like to be doing is putting some questions to Environment Canterbury around its usage and when it might be used. So this is something that came out of the zone committee process way back in the day and went through a formal kind of consultation process with the wider community and is now part of the Land and Water Regional Plan. Something like $3 million have been invested in developing this site, and I believe there's something like $350,000 of targeted rates for Selwyn ratepayers each year for the operation and maintaining of the site. I don't think it's been used since 2021, and I'd like to push Environment Canterbury to talk about its future and how that funding is going to be used in the future. And I'll leave that there, and if anyone's got any questions, feel free to sing out.
Great, thank you both, Matt and Alana, for that, and Jamie in the room for the button press. You're really good to hear how you're engaging with the community. Obviously, there's ongoing, and naturally there would be interest in what's happening with water across our district, and the way that you are making sure that those topics aren't just thought about and papers written and released, but actually engaging with people personally is appreciated. So, question in the room from Elizabeth.
Hi, I was really interested in the 6 inches of soil. I was waiting for it to come out to my district. We only did one viewing. Is there a reason that you only went to the one part of the district, and is there an opportunity for that to come around again? Because I think the Ellesmere region with ESAI would heavily promote something like that.
So I think we had to. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback. So we were working in with. Oh, yeah, that's better. Thanks. So we're working in with Quorum, and they were the one that's kind of driving across New Zealand, and they offered this opportunity to have it on one side. But I think you're absolutely right that you know, we can definitely have a chat to them, and if there is, and we can work with the ESAI and have another viewing down there if there's kind of appetite for it. It's really not that hard to do. It's just grab the video, get a hall, and some presenters.
I'll just ask Sophie as our representative. Is there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, it was a very comprehensive summary of everything that's been going on. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Matt, Alana, and Jamie. We appreciate the update today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of those 2 presentations. We now have public forum, and there are 3 presenters in public forum today. The first is Susan Farmer. Susan. Welcome along, Susan. The microphone is just that one in front of you, and press the right-hand button once, and that turns it on. Yeah, thank you for coming in today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Presumably, you will have the PDF that I sent through.
Yes, we do.
So I'm not going to speak to that, but this is in reference to that. So I want to start with a quote from Mark Twain. In a negative world, it's easier to deceive people than to convince them that they have been deceived. So this year, earlier this year, I endeavoured to articulate to this council that the psychological and emotional manipulation technique, the Hegelian dialectic structure, which is problem, reaction, solution, which was utilised by the council in its climate change telephone survey to influence the desired outcome of compliance for increased oversight, control and spending. And it raised the question to me, and it said, why would the council engage in the purchase and utilisation of such a military information support operation? It's a PSYOP. And thereby you open yourself to charges of treason. Perhaps that amongst the council members, there was no awareness or understanding necessarily of the nature of where the instructions for that survey came from, the influence that's being exerted from behind the scenes. So consequently, I put together a compilation to give you an overview, because that's really what I'm intrigued by, is the overview of what currently is via a series of alerts. And this is just by way of saying that this is something I personally would want to know if I was in this position. So it's really, to try and give you some information or some idea on one or two topics that maybe you will then find intriguing enough to follow through yourselves. So the first alert really is to the nature and the intent of the external directives to this council, the ultimate sources of those directives, and I'm talking here about the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the International Monetary Fund. All of these organizations of unelected persons whose commonality basically is immense wealth and therefore power. So an alert also to the tools that they use. They're used by the global mega corporations in the pursuit of absolute power and world domination. It's fed down the line to the lower influences and policy enforcers, and that's you guys, to enact to your own personal harm. And the question is, have you been compromised somewhere? An alert that whilst the government has been promoted as benign and altruistic, that's a conditioning that prevents us looking more deeply into its operational shadows. It is, in fact, not the friend of the people of any district of this nation, except as collateral to be expended in their primary focus, which is to channel wealth from the general populace up the line of power. An alert that despite what you individually believe and attain to, in your hearts, there is a legal actuality as to where your energies and commitment have been aligned, and that this determines what you will compromise on. And the question, have you been deceived just like everybody else in society has been deceived? So I presented a collage, and this is verifiable facts and evidence. They're entry points for future and further research and discussion, and to provide enough provocation of thought to be a catalyst for your own reading, your questioning of everything in your professional roles and personal humanity, and to encourage discernment of the absolutes in each complex societal issue that you encounter. That which is true from amongst the clamour of populist and emotional ideological linguistics and vernacular, and to do unto others as you would wish them to do unto you in your deliberations and your decisions. So the PDF is a challenge with encouragement to step aside from the managed narratives, those narratives which are not debated, they're unsubstantiated, and therefore potentially false. And to look squarely at the subsequent consequences, an action that does require courage, and align yourselves instead with the worth and value of every member of humanity in the Selwyn district, and protect their right to flourish without fear and oppressive and punitive controls. In other words, tyranny. So that is my why. That is why I have left you with this document. You can choose to look at it. You can choose to not look at it. You can choose to feed the compost bin or light a fire with it. That's absolutely fine. But the point is that accountability is required. It is here. It is there. You now know. It is your choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and for sharing that with us and for coming in today to speak to it. A question from Elizabeth.
Hi, Susan. I've got 3 questions for you, so I'll just ask them one at a time to give you time to answer. The first question is wealth distribution. You made a mention of council being the implementers and funding the wealthy, rich, I don't know what you would call them, I guess A-listers or something. Do you have, can you kind of describe how you see we collect money via rates, obviously. Can you tell me how you see that our rates collection is then becoming something that is in that sense going to the wealthy?
Okay, so taxation is something that has been imposed, if you like, via the corporate business model which comes down. So this was the point of the whole line here of the corporational intent of things business-wise, the fact that you are affiliated as a local government, you belong to the national government, which is Her Majesty and Queen of Right of New Zealand, or the Sovereign and Right of New Zealand, I should say, now that she has passed. But that whole structure of power, which comes actually from many organisations well above the local council. What I'm saying is that the local council, whether it is understanding it or not, is actually part of a hierarchical manoeuvre, and taxation is the imposition, the invention, if you like, by the corporations in order to make sure that money is returned to their top sources. Does that?
Thank you. And second question, Elizabeth?
You said that we've been deceived. I was wondering if you're happy to give us some examples of where this has been really evident, because we've obviously just had the LTP, which was a big document. Do you have any specific examples?
Yeah, I haven't related any of this specifically to the local government. I think the issue for me was when the climate survey came through my house via the telephone. It was a wake up to the fact that this is something actually that was which causes harm. This really does come under what's known as the war. It's a war technique. It comes under military information support operation, and it's a large part of military exercise. So it's been developed by them. That sort of psychological manoeuvring, of which even LGBTQ, etc., that is also a psychological development by military. And if you don't understand where things come from, it is very, very, very easy to become influenced by emotive vernacular that hasn't actually been tested, questioned, and data discussed amongst the populace. And I think it's a huge danger there. So the telephone survey, to me, is a classic example of where you guys haven't really picked what it is that you've subscribed.
Thank you. And last question, Elizabeth?
No, it's probably possibly already been touched on, but just have you seen examples of our choices in council's policy, which a little bit was what I asked in the second question. Things that are concerning you, I'm taking it the climate change model was the one example that you've given. Is there any other examples?
So the climate change model is one that underpins absolutely every policy here. You know, it's an assumption. You know, it's not even debated. You know, at the beginning of your survey, it's about the exact quote. The beginning of the survey says it all really with the council policy. So it's the objective, the project overview. The objective was to understand the level of Selwyn community business awareness to anticipated climate change impacts. There's an assumption. Climate change is an assumption. It's a presumption. It is not backed by data or fact, which is why I've given you a list of factual people, not experts. Once you change an adjective, which is expert, when you change it into a noun, you create a concept which can actually be manipulated. And if you have somebody who is expert in their field, that is a completely different matter. And they put their name to it, and you can follow their credentials, etc.
Right.
So,
Susan, so
yeah.
that brings us to the end of the time this morning for presentation. Thanks for what you've given to us and also for answering the questions of Elizabeth. We appreciate it. We've got two other public forum speakers. First of all is Mark and then Jeff. Mark, welcome along. Mark, just hit that right hand button on the microphone and you're away.
Tēnā koutou. I won't introduce myself. I've been here too much recently, too often. To consult or not to consult, is that the question? Believe it or not, I don't want to be here today. I don't regularly read your agenda. I'd be happy to be elsewhere. You can blame Daniel from the Selwyn Times for my presence here today. Daniel contacted me last Friday to ask what I as an individual or as a chair of the Ralston Residents Association thought about item 13 on your agenda, especially the staff recommendation not to consult on the 2025-26 annual plan. And so here I am today to ask you to respect your ratepayers and consult on the 25-26 annual plan. I asked the members of the Ralston Residents Association for their views, and they unanimously agree that there should be consultation on the annual plan. Additionally, in our October meeting of the Ralston Residents Association, the following motion was discussed and carried unanimously. That the Ralston Residents Association asked the Selwyn District Council to conduct an internal review of projects, project costs, project timings, as part of the 25 Selwyn annual plan in order to limit or reduce future rate increases. Additionally, that the Selwyn District Council undertake an internal review of council assets as part of the 25 annual plan to identify any underutilised or surplus assets that may be sold to limit or reduce future rate increases. Continuing with year 2 of the current LTP without significant changes does not meet the request of the Ralston Residents Association or the expectation of Selwyn's ratepayers. In addition, both transport reports, today's agenda items 11 and 12, assume that it's okay to reallocate transportation funds that no longer have a central government contribution to the activities within the transport area. With all due respect, I will remind Council these funds are rate funded, paid for by ratepayers, and many ratepayers expect that they should be consulted on the reallocation of their funds. Given the forecast 14% rate rise in the second year of the LTP, ratepayers may prefer to reduce the spending to reduce rate increases. That data is from page 44 of the long-term plan. I acknowledge that there is no legal requirement for consultation on the 25-26 annual plan and that it is more convenient for staff if there is no consultation. However, given the furore, the anger, the concern, the worry in our community about the level of this year's rates rise, there is a moral imperative to give our community a say in the 25-26 annual plan. There's nothing in the staff reports, agenda items 11, 12 and 13, to indicate that any effort is being made to reduce council spending, to reduce the burden of ratepayers. Just because these increases were set in the LTP doesn't mean council has to deliver these levels of rate increases. You, Mayor and councillors, represent our community. Your job isn't always to make life easy for staff. It is good if you can, but that shouldn't be your priority. Representation should be. Our community isn't happy with this year's rate increase and won't be happy with next year's. You owe it to our community to give them another chance to confirm the 25-26 council budget, to confirm the reallocation of funds, to find savings to reduce the proposed level of rate increases. The budget doesn't belong to staff. It doesn't even belong to you. It belongs to our community, and we deserve another opportunity to confirm or change it. A 16% rate rise in 2024, followed by a 14% increase in 2025, is actually a 32.24% increase from 2023. Many on fixed incomes, probably all on fixed incomes in our district, struggled with this year's rate increase and will struggle more next year. They haven't had a 32% increase in their income over 2024-25. Business as usual isn't good enough. Ratepayers deserve the opportunity to review and reconsider their expenditure, including reallocation of transport funding to reduce the forecast level of rate rises. Just because you can choose not to have consultation doesn't mean you should. To consult or not to consult, that is the question. Thank you.
Cool, Mike. Thank you for coming in and presenting your view to us today. Is there any questions councillors have of the presentation? Cool.
Thanks for coming in, Mark. It's good to hear a reminder of what our responsibilities are. So I appreciate you coming in, and I appreciate the work you're doing with the Rolleston Residents Association.
Thanks, Phil. Elizabeth.
Mark, it's quite a significant amount of workload for the staff to go and then put together another annual plan, and we're also going to be doing work with the Three Waters models, which will be going out for consultation, which is one of the reasons around that decision. Is there another way which doesn't fit the criteria of annual plan, in which there could be some sort of pseudo consultation which would benefit the community, where we're actually engaging more in a face-to-face level with the community and actually adhering to that, and then reflecting on looking at if we can making these changes in-house? Do you feel that there is a middle ground that we could meet here, some sort of compromise?
Frankly, no. Yes, it is work for council to prepare an annual plan. You should be doing this. Work should already be underway. You shouldn't be sitting on the forecast 14% increase and saying business as usual is fine. Go out and find anyone in our community that thinks 32% rate increases over 2 years is fine. There won't be many. And that's my point. Yes, there's what was forecast last year, but it doesn't have to be what is delivered next year. We owe it to our community to consult. It is their money. I keep getting comments from mainly the older on fixed incomes in our community that they are preparing to leave Selwyn because they can't afford to live here. As I said on our economic strategy, affordability should be very high in our priorities, and that level of rate increase isn't affordable. Except, I don't know anybody, even the highly paid will have had 32% in 2 years, salary increase. Certainly those on fixed incomes, pensioners, beneficiaries, have not. Do we want people to be able to afford to live in Selwyn or not? And consultation is part of that cost. In terms of the council budget, the consultation is not that much, But what it delivers is assurance to the community that you are listening to them. It's their money.
Thank you, Mark, for sharing that and answering the questions of councillors today. We appreciate your time. Cheers. And the final presenter is Jeff. Jeff, thank you for coming to speak to us today. And just the microphone, the right-hand button, press it once, that's it. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kia ora. I follow on nicely behind Mark, actually. It's interesting. Thank you for the intro. My name's Jeff Gabbities. I own Cycle Journeys. We're a trail outfitter, which operates on the Alps to Ocean, the Wilderness Trail, the Great Taste Trail, plus the Paparoa. We have a business up and outdoor Samoa, and we're soon to open on the new Kawatiri Trail on the West Coast. We employ sort of in the region of 50 to 60 staff across our various trails. So my involvement in this sector goes back to last century, so in keeping with a number of us here. And I've just recently finished my second 3-year spell as a board member on the New Zealand Cycle Trails Board, which is the organisation that sits between the government and MB, where the money is, and the trails down here who want the money, and it's our role to provide governance and help support the distribution of the $8 million that the government currently commits to supporting the Great Rides, which we'll talk around here. But I'm here today for a couple of reasons. Commercially, I have keen interest in this area, and I've followed your trail very closely. So I appreciate Maxine's articles in the paper. But I also want to come and congratulate you on your diligence when it comes to thinking around the ratepayers. So Mark, this is my continuation of your theme. Ratepayers are incredibly important when it comes to something like this. But I also want to come here and make sure you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So let me sort of give you a couple of sides to things. Because cycle trails can make sense. They can make a lot of sense. And here's some numbers. From a standing still start back in 2012 through to 2021 when we ran a national survey, the 23 Great Rides generated in that last year $951 million. Say it again, 951, just shy, give or take a bit of fudging, $1 billion. Effectively, that's 4%, about 4% of New Zealand domestic tourism. That's in a 12-year cell going from nothing to where we are now. And just to put some comparatives around there, recently, well, prior to just the very recent release, the cruise sector were generating or reporting they were generating $580 million. So this is the bolted big cruise sector that sits out there, generating 60% of what the 23 Great Rides do. So it's really interesting to put that into context. From an investment of approximately $120 million, plus the $40 million that has largely come out of local councils such as yourselves, the government now receive between $100 and $140 million per annum through taxes and GST each and every year. During that time, they are funding NZ Cycle Trails to the tune of about $8 million, which is used to pay for trail managers, some trail maintenance, marketing, management, governance, and a storm events fund. Local government also receives significant benefits, so let me just highlight this one. Of those surveyed, and the survey did receive something like 5,847, let's call it 6,000, round it up since we're into big numbers. 85% of those people saw the trails as bringing a source of pride to local communities. 86% valued the trail really highly, and 78% see the trails as a catalyst for local investment and employment. The NPS score that we survey religiously sits at about 74 to 76, in that 74, 76 range. It's exceedingly high. Trails have been shown, trails have been shown to drive local employment, local investment, contribute well-being and fitness, provide a great recreation facility for both walkers and cyclists. These are low-carbon, low-energy activities which have a very strong engagement within the New Zealand domestic market. Just let me give you details on this one. During the COVID lockdown, our company doubled its business because all of us in this room, couldn't go travelling and spending our money overseas. We were locked in here in New Zealand, and we discovered cycle trails, and that has continued on. There's been, when you combine that with the technology around e-bikes, it's made biking a very, very popular activity, which you're probably well aware of. It also attracts the active relaxer international tourism market, which has a focus on slow travel. These trails deliver economic value, pride, identity and stimulus to local trail communities. And I can take you to a number of working examples that show just the regeneration. I mean, the Otago Central Rail Trail is the matriarch of the 23 Great Rides, and it's a very, very clear demonstration of what has happened to regenerate local trail communities. Now, cycle trails cost money. They cost a lot of money, particularly for city-urban trails. And that's unescapable, it would seem. Your trail's got some interesting numbers around it, and part of my reason for being here was to add a reality check and provide some context. So let me make a couple of observations on the plans as you've had available. Firstly, what's on the table is actually 2 trails, and I'm confused as to why you are continuing with that. It feels to me that if you've got a shortage of resource, as in money, and you've got 2 options, then you have to make a choice between those options. Which option is going to give you the best ROI? Which option is going to generate the best bang for your buck? From my experience and perspective, the best return comes from the multi-day cycle trails. That's your 188 kilometre Arthur's Pass down to Christchurch or Rolleston as a finish. Riders on multi-day rides have a point-to-point focus, and they're looking for a destination end. To have an additional 1 to 2 day extension is a luxury, and it's something and not something that would be a high priority, and neither will it generate much by way of revenue. So I'm quite focused around where the following the money and where the benefit is going to come for your ratepayer community. Secondly, the Alpine and Plains section on which I'm focusing shows there's a really high cost of construction. The Alpine section creates a new high. I've never seen this type of cost. This is $285,000 per kilometre. That's what you get when you multiply out the distance by those costs. That exceeds the Whale Trail, which is under construction from Picton to Kaikoura, which is sitting at about $160,000 per kilometre. And the Kawateri, which is over on the west coast, very, very difficult to build over there, I've got to say. You might have noticed there's a recent amount of water, and that's coming in at about $220,000 per K. What's interesting is that I'd highlight to you that there is a trail which is being built from Timaru through to Lake Takapo, 100 kilometres, which is currently coming in at around $45,000 per kilometre. So just think around those 2 things in there. Even if you worked on a budget of double that rate, there is a significant savings of sort of between $1 and $4 million over the gravel surface that you have apparently chosen for the Plains section. Again, if you're short of money to make a trail happen, can you really afford to have a nice to have? To my knowledge, within Australasia, there are 2 trails which are concreted or sealed. One of them sits from Wangaratta to Bright in Victoria, and it's stunning to ride. The other one is the Tiara Trail, which runs out of Narrawahia through Hamilton, and I think it goes out to Cambridge. But there are no other models that I can look to. Trust me though, if you've got a sealed surface, it's lovely, and you just cannot make cycling too easy. But again, if you're short of money, in order to make a trail happen, you have to make some hard decisions. Lastly, I'd also like to comment on this mishmash of names that seem to be attached to your trail. You can't actually use an iteration of Alps and Ocean, because the Alps to Ocean has trademarked this, and they will be upset, I think. Your other iteration messes with mountains and sea label, which sort of confuses everything, because there is a similar trail up in the middle of the North Island. So my plea to you is, surely it's time to be brave, get creative and come up with an appropriate name which is better suited. So in summary, well done on the concern around ratepayers' money. Cycle trails are great. They're proven to be profitable, and they're greatly appreciated by ratepayers. Stress that again, greatly appreciated by ratepayers. Maybe not when we have to pay huge amounts of money. The table trail options are actually 2 trails, and you need to decide which one you're going to support, because I don't see that you'll be able to do both, and I think that's what you as councillors have already signalled from what I've read. Lastly, there are pricing models that suggest there are costs that can be saved by changing to a single longer trail and re-evaluating the sealed option and learning from the development of other trails. It seems possible to have a targeted price around about 2/3 of what you're currently telling us that this trail could cost. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. What's in the tub is worthwhile hanging on to. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for coming in. You timed your 10 minutes to perfection as well, mate. Watch was going off as you closed off there. Thank you for the expertise that you bring into and knowledge that you bring into this conversation. There's a question from Malcolm.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And thanks for your expertise is obviously far and wide. I'm particularly interested in surfaces for trails. We have the Christchurch River Trail, which is sealed for the Trebleton to Lincoln's piece of it at a huge cost. You mentioned the West Coast trails. They're not sealed? No. And are they ordinary gravel, or are they a compacted lime chip? What are they done?
Beyond my technical capabilities, but the key thing is to build the trail for the environment you're working in there. And certainly I've been around the trail build where they've actually gone down, a considerable depth to then line it and then build back up from there.
For a good basis.
But the comment that I'd make is that the trail which is being built from Timaru up to Lake Tekapo is in similar terrain to what we have here. I mean, it's all of that eastern, wash that goes through there. And that is quite a different build between here and the West Coast.
Okay, the other thing, I was wondering if you had any experience with when we were involved in the Christchurch River Rail Trail. It was a trust that set up to establish that. Obviously, it's a huge financial impost upon a council beleaguered with rate rises. Have you had any other experience with other trusts and ways of funding trails?
I chaired the West Coast Wilderness Trust for 3 years. Right. And I think where you get to is this conversation around what's the ongoing funding, because in taking central government's money, you do buy into, I think, footing the bill for maintenance. and we shouldn't ever underscore how much that is. There are a whole variety without the 23 Great Rides, there are various structures. Some are owned by councils, some are owned by trusts. And there's a range of activity. I'm really impressed with what they've done with the Karatiri. I'm not impressed with some other trails, but there is this ongoing conversation around how can we get money out of the riders? And the answer is you can't. You can't. There's no one entry point that you could police. The government money comes with it, which says thou shalt not charge anybody, and the general public will tell you that we're not really that interested. And because I'm old, I'm really quite cynical. And when I see Air New Zealand uptake on the voluntary offset to pay for our climate concerns drop from, I think, 7.6 to 6.8, it's like generally people are voting with their money as with their wallets as well.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. I've got 3 more questions and then we'll move on. First one is Elizabeth and Nicole and then Sophie.
Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate hearing from people who are in the industry, because that gives a greater insight than what we can ascertain ourselves. So my question is, you've quoted that on the 23 Great Rides it's pulled in $951 million. Can you give me a sort of a brief list of where that money is being spent when those riders come?
So there's a monthly survey. The answer is I can provide you with an example of the monthly survey. So that breaks down the visitor spend or the rider's spend, and that goes across accommodation, food, transportation. They pay enormous amounts to people like myself to move their bags on a daily basis, which is really popular, shuttling in and out of the regions. And then staying on for the accommodation, staying on in the district afterwards. I just make the point here as well, 48% of the people who were riding the trails rode the trails, came to the area because of the trail. They didn't just go and ride it because they happened to be there. Does that answer the question well enough?
Yeah,
I can provide you with...
It's good we can follow up with that further information. Thank you. Nicole.
Thanks for coming to talk to us. I mean, it's quite amazing what's been happening on the rest of New Zealand when they're having the trails, and definitely the whole thing with e-bikes and the amount of uptake that it has been in that time. I went to a cycling congress in Christchurch at 2016, and there had already been quite a big uptake then. So it's interesting to hear from you, and I've tried to take a number of notes down, but when you're talking to us, have you got notes there that you could share with us? Or
yes, certainly,
because that would be great to be able to look back on it, because you're obviously quite a wealth of knowledge. Other things that you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sophie.
Yeah, I'll try to make it a quick question. So, as you've mentioned before, obviously central government actually stands to reap quite a bit in taxes and GST from these sorts of trails. However, unfortunately for us, MB don't seem to be too keen on funding new trails at the moment, and Waka Kotahi aren't too keen even on the portion that could be considered multimodal transport between our townships. So the other part is businesses, their food and accommodation and transport that you've mentioned, who obviously businesses are always walking on a bit of a tightrope in terms of profitability anyway. But have you ever seen a model where there's a lot of buy-in from those businesses that stand to be able to expand their own businesses?
I would say yes, I honestly would, and if it was a closed room and things, I wouldn't make easily some of the comments. I believe our company Cycle Journeys is exceptional, and why is that? Because sadly I don't see many other companies being prepared to step up and donate out of this. We've done it in a couple of ways. We put a 15% levy on the luggage that we transport And let me tell you, half-ton. So we, over the last 4 years, we've actually just donated to a new trail development which is going in on the eastern side of Lake Pukaki, and I think the last time I looked at that, it's $126,000. I'd love to say that people are seeing that and would be prepared to pay. It comes down to the relationship between the trail governance and the operators that are sitting in there. In general, it's not an easy sell.
Okay, Jeff, thank you for coming in today and presenting us with some thoughts and bringing your expertise too. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillors, we now have the confirmation of minutes from Wednesday the 23rd of October and also the final meetings of the dissolved committees from the previous committees. I have a mover and seconder for those minutes to be accepted. Bob moved, seconded Malcolm. Is there any discussion on any of those minutes or matters of clarification? Nicole?
Yeah, just on the planning and, it's including the planning and climate change one. I can't. So it talks about, sorry, here it is. On page 35, on the top of the page, talking about, talking about accessibility audit around the district, and the chief executive will discuss this with chair. I don't remember us talking about it, but my understanding from Sophie is that accessibility has been taken up by the her committee, the housing and urban development one. So it's appropriate for that to be, as opposed to just ending at the end of this, that it follows through to that committee.
Thank you, Nicole, for that clarification. And
if we can have that recorded, that will happen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next item is the Mayor's report. It's on page 50 of today's agenda. A couple of highlights that I've noted there. One is around the economic development strategy, which was launched in the last month. We've talked about it at a number of occasions, and it was great to have so many businesses contribute to that setup. And it also won a national award for the way that it was integrated with our community. So well done to our team. And Sharon, thank you for your leadership and the staff's leadership in that. I've also, last meeting, signed up with KiwiRail, the MOU. There's been ongoing conversations with them about future investment in Selwyn, both from a freight perspective and also cycle trail perspective. And so those two things will continue to be worked on at future meetings with them. And I've noted here the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Last meeting we had was determined that we would work with Business Canterbury to progress any regional deal conversation. We still haven't heard from the government what the regions that will be invited into regional deals will be, but we feel that there's value in thinking about how Canterbury works together, doing it all as one to begin with, and using the business community, the expertise that Business Canterbury has, is going to be important to that. Leanne Watson has been out to meet with us 2 weeks ago, Sharon. We've put forward a number of businesses that we would like to be included in that process, and Business Canterbury is working with the other councils as well. Other than that, there's a number of meetings that I've just highlighted there, so you can see some of the things that I've been doing, and I'm happy to answer any questions on my report. I'll move you receive it. Seconder. Malcolm, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next item is the Chief Executive's report. It's on page 53. Sharon.
Yep, thanks, Sam. I'll draw your attention to the 2 recommendations. Firstly, recommendation B. So received Rex Williams' resignation. He is SDC's appointee to the Canterbury Museum Board. So I would like the opportunity in the early part of next year for to go out and begin the recruitment process. And attached to my report is the proposed meeting schedule for 2025 for endorsement. Of note, you will see item 4 for council's information. We've just brought through some information that was provided at Audit and Risk and endorsed by the committee about international swaps and derivatives. If any questions are required on that, Alison will respond to that. And then really just for note, at the 5-month point into the financial year, I've attached an update on some of my KPIs just to give you just a bit of an update as to how we're tracking for general information. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. The calendar that's in there's already been some adjustments made at previous subcommittee meetings and the inaugural meetings of those, so you can expect the calendar of those meetings to change, and we'll update you with them once we've had that first round of council meetings, subcommittee meetings. And Sharon, I'll just highlight your KPI indicators as a progress report is really helpful to have for us. This isn't a review of those, it's just about transparency and showing councillors in the community the things that we said we would do, how we're tracking with them. So thank you for doing that. Any questions or comments for Sharon on her report? Mover and seconder for that report? Phil? Shane, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Tab 10 is on page 66. It's the health and safety and wellbeing update. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. It's something that we have looked to increase not only our skill and awareness of, but make sure that all governors are across the health and safety work that's been ongoing for a long time and often comes to audit and risk, but we wanted to make sure that that also feeds through to this group. And would just like to say thanks to those councillors who were able to come to the wellbeing, health and safety afternoon last week, which was really well facilitated. And Steve, thank you to you and the team that provided that for us. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Take the report as read. As noted already, it is an update on information already circulated and discussed in some detail at the Audit and Risk Committee. Probably just touch on a couple of the key highlights, in particular the first attachment is the completion of the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Maturity Assessment, and this certainly is a point in time, and it will inform our future work program over the next 18 to 24 months around health, safety and wellbeing and what this organisation needs to do to continue to lift our performance. What I do think though gives some indication on is our direction of travel as an organisation over the last 12 months in particular is really positive, and we're moving to a more transparent approach to health and safety and wellbeing, but also lifting our performance, especially around our officer obligations under the Act. And this is part of us sharing this information. We'll be doing so on a more regular basis. And to that end, one of the points I've noted in the cover report is the commencement of our leadership walkarounds as part of our officer obligations. Firstly, led by my colleagues around ELT with our senior managers. These aren't audits, but they are tests of assessing how work is done, not how we imagine work is done on the front line. It's a chance for us to engage with our teams across our multiple sites, both indoors and outdoors, to make sure that we're hearing from our staff what it's really like, so that we can make sure that our systems, processes and tools are doing the right job as we intend them to. And from the beginning of next year, we'll also be inviting councillors to be part of that, so that you can also engage with our teams as we go out on site and check how work is done. But look, I'm happy to take any questions on the report and the attachments. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Any Elizabeth, yes.
I apologise, Steve, I can't pull my laptop out for my notes, but I just wanted to know about the volunteer space. Is this report, these reports going to extend into that space at the moment? Because that's obviously HNS with volunteers is a bit of a area that we need to quantify.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, it's an area, and I think the report also notes that one of the areas around our plans and processes that we need to continue to evolve is around our strategy around workplaces. That will primarily focus on our staff, but also volunteers will be treated as staff, because that's the way in which we see those workers. And so there'll be a balancing act there, I think, combined with the risk strategy and the risk framework, which I've noted as well. That'll be a package that we will be looking at in the early in the new year with councillors and following a number of workshops to really establish what is our risk threshold, how do we, what's our risk appetite, and then how do we see that manifest into day-to-day operations.
Thank you. Shane.
Kia ora, Sam. Te hei Māori ora. Steve, I just wanted to commend yourself, the team and leadership for the commitment to providing a safe workspace, a safe culture through this council. I'm really proud to be part of a council that is committed to that, is fully transparent with that, through the reports that have been circulated, and just the vibe. The vibe is really good. So I appreciate the commitment and the effort going into it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Phil.
Hey, Steve, I can hear Annalisa now in my shoulder going, you've got to say to him things like taking it as read when it comes to health and safety is something you can hear. You can imagine her saying it, can't you? So, and the reason why I raise that is because I've been on the journey with the council, and thanks for involving me in that journey, not only through the audit and risk, but I volunteered to do some time with them myself. And I undertook to be my part of the health and safety journey. I made a commitment to myself to make sure that this council realises that health and safety is the most important thing that we can do. The safety of our people, the safety of our community has to be the most important thing. And that's why things like we need to consider what we do and how we do it. And one term I learned from the process was worked as imagined and work as done. And of course, as being part of the policy setting governance here, one of the things that we can take away is that in that space of our work as imagined, if we change that too much and the work is done as being done, then we're in fact creating the problem. So we set the culture for this. That's all I'll say. Thank you very much for your hard work on that. But yeah.
Thanks, Phil. So the recommendation is that we receive the health and safety wellbeing update. Moved Shane, seconded Malcolm. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next paper is the first of two on transport, and invite Elaine and Murray and Andrew to the front table.
You guys did a great job. Keep it going.
First is tab 11. This is on the next 3 years, 24 to 27 National Land Transport Fund allocation continuous programs. And then following that, we have the adjusted council transport improvement program. So hand the floor over to you three.
Awesome, thanks Sam, and good afternoon councillors. As mentioned, we've got two papers today on the land transport funding allocation. The first is a continuous program, the second is a transport improvement program. Both papers were discussed at the 25th of September workshop, and we've taken that feedback and incorporated it into these reports. We have an apology from the report writer Yue, who is currently overseas, but we would like to acknowledge the work that he's done putting this together, because it has been quite substantial, and also for the support of Elaine and Andrew, who are sitting next to me today. So on to the first report. The purpose of this report is to advise the Council the final allocations for the continuous program, which includes the maintenance, operations and renewals, and the road safety promotion part of the program. And this is following the release of the National Land Transport NLTP allocations. It's also to seek Council's confirmation of the local share funding of the continuous transport program. By way of background, I'm moving to section section 4 of that report. Staff requests for funding of Council's continuous program were made to NZTA on the 31st of August 2023. So this is quite some time ago. And then on September the 3rd, we had the final allocations of money come through to us. And so the point of that is just to say there is a bit of a misalignment between local government and the NZTA financing process, which is why we're here today. Under that history and background, there's a table, a short table, which provides the different activity classes, the amount of money that was requested, and the amount of money that was approved. Alongside that, there's a percentage of what was funded. So you can see that the current government has prioritised pothole prevention and operations, with 95 and 82% of the funds being granted. Of less priority, it seems, is walking, cycling, maintenance and renewals, which had a 31% of the funds granted that we requested. That said, overall 88% of the funding requested was approved, and that actually represents a 48% increase of the last 3 years that we had. So if you look at the last 3 years to the new 3 years, there's been a 48% increase in funding, which is actually a really great positive thing. So although we're looking at the shortfalls, there's a real positive side of this report. So in terms of proposal, section 5, while the final allocation shows a reduction in funding compared to requested levels, if agreed via this report, Council's budgeted contribution remains available for Council funding of the transport programs. And we've got a table, which is the first colourful table under section 5, outlining what NZTA's subsidy has been confirmed as, what the STC LTP committed local share is, the revised budget, and then what that percentage is. So if we were to maintain our local share, then there'll be a 95% of the funding required would be there, so it's only a 5% shortfall. Section 6 of the report talks about the operational impact, and I'm not going to go through these matters at all, but I take it those as read. Moving on to the options, which is in section 7, there's 3 options that are proposed or presented. The first one, which is a recommended option, is that Council commits the budgeted local share portion of the continuous program budget for 2024 to 27. And that Council also approves a revised budget based on the NZTA subsidies and the Council's local share. The 2 other options look at either one, option 2 is that Council reduce the maintenance, operations and renewals and road safety promotion transport budget totals for the financial year 2024-27 to the levels confirmed in the NZTA approved funding, or that we in fact increase the level of funding to cover all our program as we propose in the LTP. So 3 options. One is to maintain our local share and adjust the budgets down with the Whakatauki funding. Option 2 is to reduce our local share to match their funding. And option 3 is to increase the funding to carry the whole program works as previously proposed. So after that, I will pass back to you, Sam, for questions.
Thank you for presenting that today, Councillors. There's a lot of work that's gone on since the last time we talked about this as well. So thank you, staff, for doing that, and acknowledge your guys' work and not being able to be here today to present. Elizabeth.
Yeah, just looking at some of the things that you've got in here on the list of things to do under the road safety risk intervention. Is it not a good time now to really go through those and prioritise them? In a sense, there's some things that I just question whether they're the best bang for the buck. Maybe it's just because I haven't been personally involved, and I feel like maybe other groups or agencies could be doing that work. So just looking at some of these things and saying, are we overall, when we make these decisions today, have we got all the information in front of us, and are we really not at a crossroads where we should be hunkering down to the more strategic spends?
So my comment to that is this is the program that was consulted on and agreed through the LTP process. There's been no changes to that. And so I suppose it is staff's recommendation that we carry on to provide that level of service to ratepayers as we said we would do in the LTP. Sharon?
Sorry, and Elizabeth, bearing in mind, we were also very clear in the long-term plan too about that some of our funding was contingent as well with regards to Waka Kotahi, and we were very clear in the LTP as well that if the Waka Kotahi funding did not come through, then we would continue on with our portion. So this is pretty much just reaffirming and being consistent with our approach.
Thank you. In the pools of funding that we've been given, we can't necessarily decide that we'd like to do more of the cycleways that were taken out, or potholes has been given a certain amount of funding, walking and cycling has been given a certain amount of funding. That funding needs to remain in each of those pockets here. We can't just move the overall funding sideways just because we might prefer a different project to have been funded.
Yes, that's correct. Those allocations are within those activity classes we have to sort of maintain to, so we can't really shift things around too much. There are some options in and around the general road maintenance program and renewal program, but if you're saying, well, we're going to take money out of pothole repairs and put it into extending cycleways, no, you can't do that.
Cool, thank you. Grant.
Just clarity from you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question for the team, but I do have a position. Are we going to have the debate after this, or discussion after this, or how's this going to run?
If you've got any things you'd like to raise and ask somebody, then you can come back and have some later on if you like.
Later on. Yeah.
Okay. And we've got 2 papers as well, so we'll discuss. This is the first paper, and then we'll come back and discuss the second paper. Okay, cool. Sophie.
I guess I was just going to say thank you for all your work on it, because basically what we've got here is trying to do as much as we can without impacting the rates. And yes, that doesn't mean that, there's potentially, if we wanted to reduce how much the council was committing, then there is an opportunity to reduce the spend, but at the same time, then there is less happening, and we know what our people have been asking us for. We had several presentations around, can you do increased safety, can you do the potholes and all that sort of stuff. So this is basically as good as we're going to get for these 3 years of the NLTP. So thank you very much for trying to balance it. Obviously there's bits that I'd love to see more of, but it's not going to happen, so we've got to do as much as we can. So thanks.
Thank you. So Sophie, you've moved this. Seconder, Shane. Grant, do you want to say
It's lucky you did it that way. I was prepared to move an amendment to it, but I suppose I still can. Look, I want to speak against this. I guess just to give us some background to it, I suppose, the first thing is to acknowledge this is 48% more than we got last time. So last time we had about 49.7 million, we never got 73, another 23 million odd. And so our ratepayers quite rightly would be saying, you've just got an extra 23 million over the next 3 years. Can't you work within that? Because we always speak about unfunded mandates from central government, and this is what we're doing here. If we pass this with no funding from NZTA, it's an unfunded mandate. So you're taking, instead of central government funding this, it's a straight tax transfer to local ratepayers. We're picking up the tab, the things that central government should be paying for. I don't support that. I don't think we should be doing that. I think, it's going to make it tougher, but you still got an extra 23 million that you didn't have last time. And so I just can't support it. And it seems, just channeling Mark's view, Mark Alexander, who presented to us, is representative of our wider community. That's not a unique view. That's a very strongly, widely held view. We need to do more. And so my amendment is that we have option 2, which we reduce it to 49% of our share. That's a local share. It's still a good sum of money, and we'll have to work within it. And we'll have to acknowledge with our community that some projects that they thought were going to happen are not going to happen as fast as they can. We'll maintain the roads to the best standard we can, but we shouldn't take on central government's responsibilities here at ratepayer level. We shouldn't be doing it. That's what we're suggesting we do here. So my amendment to that motion is, Mr. Chair, that we do option B, and we'll see whether there's a seconder for that.
Councillors, is there a seconder for Grant's amendment? Elizabeth? So if we could just understand what option B looks like, and if you could just talk to that, Murray, if we go to 49%, so option B is the council reduce the maintenance, operations and renewals and road safety promotion, transportation budgets totals for the financial years to the levels confirmed in the NLTP allocated funding. Can you just talk about what outcomes that has as opposed to option 1?
Maybe if I say first that option one, the preferred option, doesn't require any additional funding from council, so it's using the LTP local share. So we're not looking at increasing the funding for option 1. To answer your question about option 2 and what the outcome will be, very little difference when the finances match. So for pothole prevention operations, there'll be very little difference in the reduction because there's we're kind of aligned. Where you will see the drop in level of service would be through the safety road safety promotions and then walking and cycling maintenance and renewal. So it's those sort of where the funding is less from Waka Kotahi, and we'll be reducing our funding to match that. So those are the activity areas that will be affected. So it's the walking and cycling and the safety promotion type work which will be reduced. I'll pass it to Andrew for further comment.
Yeah, and I'd just like to make the comment that while we acknowledged and, gratefully support the increase that we've received this funding round, I'd like to remind the councillors we've been having conversations for literally decades about the underinvestment that we've been having in our road maintenance renewal activities. And so I think you could probably argue that this is just catching up to where we actually need to be. And so, as Murray has correctly pointed out, we're just utilising the local share that's been budgeted in the LTP, so there's no change to rates or the impact to ratepayers. And what we're trying to do is shuffle those funds around the best that we can to prop up things that have not been supported by the current government and the GPS. Fortunately, the GPS supported, that pothole activity, which is another name for road maintenance, which is great. But they've cut back on others, and that's where, as I said before, we need to shuffle things around so that we can maintain our levels of service and some of our commitments to the community on those activities.
Thanks for that clarification. Phil?
Well, I'm just trying to understand the position we're in, so bear with me. On page 111 of Diligent, I don't know whether you have that. Okay, so it's the first colourful page. The 95% at the bottom of there shows that the Transport Agency's 95% contribution there, correct?
No, so that 95% is if we keep our local share at its full amount. If you turn back, so the first table under section 4, it shows that it will be 88%. So if the funding continues as Waka Kotahi has approved, and we don't increase and we reduce our local share to match, then it'll be 88% of the budget.
Okay, all right. So you go forward now to the page past your colourful page, your colourful one, before we go into section 6.
Yep.
That's showing the LTP budget figure and the revised figures side by side. Is that correct?
Yep. So that's showing the LTP budget, 82 million. And then the revised STC budget, which is basically Waka Kotahi portion of our funding and the full LTP from Selwyn District Council funding.
Right, okay, so it's not just the Selwyn District Council revised budget, it's the two of them together.
Yes, and just to clarify, NZTA only fund us 51% of our eligible activities.
Yep. So, sorry, just to clarify, the amendment that's on the table, I'm not sure I understand what the amendment is. Can I have it clarified?
Just microphone.
The amendment is that we use option B, so if you look at the total funding, we reduce our share to 49% of that, which I budget will be about a $2 million saving to ratepayers in Selwyn. Yep. So otherwise, if we keep our funding is the same level as it is now, we'll go from 49% funding to, top of my head, 53 versus 47. I mean, I haven't got the numbers on the top of my head, but.
So your amendment is proposing that we match the government's.
We keep the proportionality.
Reduction. Yeah.
It's proportionality.
And I guess that's the tables you're looking at, Phil. The amendment means we would do 88% of the work that we told the community would do.
Yep.
If we follow staff's recommendation on the initial report, we'll complete 95% of the work that we initially told our community that we would do. So that's the percentages at the bottom.
Thank you.
Sharon.
Yeah, just councillors, if we if we go for if we reduce the funding, we may well trigger a consultation requirement.
Thanks, Sharon. Shane.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also to you, Ray, we did debate this to some extent, fulsome in a briefing. And just for clarity, by adopting option 1, there will be no more burden on the ratepayer. It's budgeted for. And the extra funding that we're receiving from government is ear tagged for maintenance and renewal. Correct?
That's correct.
I support option 1.
Thanks, Shane. Lydia?
I guess, Grant, you've given us a bit to think about. And we look at this, and I'd sort of written down in here around the road safety and thinking that, well, actually, it looks quite achievable that we could still achieve our road safety program with the alternative 2 at the 442k. And you might think maybe that's not much saving, but it's actually still another $400,000 that is saved. And I think our community were pretty clear that they're not that impressed with our rates increases. And so, if we can be saving money, I think that that's a good thing. Everything else in the looks like it'll be fairly well covered in a bit of value engineering. It could be quite achievable. I think that to save our ratepayers some money is a good thing. So I think it's good.
Thanks, Lydia. Does anyone else have a view on this I'd like to share? It feels to me like we have... Oh, sorry, Elizabeth.
Well, Sharon made a comment that we'd potentially be triggering a consultation. So how would we do this consultation process if we do trigger it over this one decision?
In terms of consultation, because it would be a change to the LTP, it might even evoke an LTP amendment. So we'd take some further legal advice, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, we've been. That's right now.
Sorry, I also meant to add in as well. The funding is primarily capex, so that's not going to have an impact in terms of wanting to drive some changes on the bottom line because it's not operational. So it would be very minimal impact on the money that you're trying to save because the majority of it is capital.
Right, a reply as mover, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'll just say I think that our district has always focused on infrastructure and leading with that, and whether that's been water and wastewater or transport infrastructure, we have done that well as a community. And it feels like transport's always one of those areas where we get requests for more and people wanting projects to be complete in the district. And I saw it was yesterday our own press release talking about road safety being of concern within our district, and to cut back in the next year in our annual plan, I don't think matches what we have heard or continue to hear from our community about investment in our transport network. And that is all of it. It's the potholes, that's the road safety, and the improvements that we're going to talk to again soon. I feel like if we pull back, we just know we've got projects that we're going to need to fund next year and the year after and the year after that. So I would rather see us complete what we've told our community we would complete, which option 1 had for us. But you're right of reply, Grant.
Yeah, there have been 2 points made, I think, which deserve comment. One is the requirement to trigger consultation. just for the absolute transparency of the room, I intend to move an annual plan process to be established this year, so it will be included in the annual plan if I was to be successful. That would be my way of doing that. The second point that was raised was around CapEx being only incremental, not OPEX. If you spend $1 million of OPEX, you get about a 1% rise in rates, which is the number. Only CapEx is incrementally back. And I had a discussion with that piece of information. The reality is it's a bit like putting money on the credit card and only paying the interest on the balance. Eventually you've got to pay the piper and pay it back. And this incremental increase in our debt levels has to be sheeted home somewhere. And so you can't keep saying it's only incremental. It's only incremental. 1,000 cuts equal up to death. And you've got to start slowing that down somewhere. So that's my road reply.
Thanks, Grant, for that. So we'll put the amendment, and if the amendment fails, then we go back and vote again on the initial. And if the amendment passes, then we won't go. Well, then I'll put it again as the motion. Sorry, is Alison financially?
Yeah, I was just going to add to one of the comments that Grant had made, and I think, as we spoke about this morning, you're right, but noting that we're not just paying the interest component, we are paying the principal as well, and we talked to that as part of the long-term plan and the broader financial modelling. So I think it's just a point to note that it's not just the interest component that we are paying back, it is the principal as well.
So all those in favour of the amendment, say aye. And those against, say no. No. Declare it lost. I'll now put the recommended option that's there as moved earlier by Sophie.
Yep.
Yep.
Can I say something to that just
Yes.
before we vote? Thanks. I take the point that in some ways this would be an opportunity to save $2, maybe $3 million. But think about what you'd lose in response to that. Road safety is a massive issue, especially on rural roads. We've got network maintenance to do, we've got environmental maintenance to do, we've got dangerous intersections, we've got a bridge to fix. There's so many things that, yes, 3 million. What are you going to lose, and how many families are going to lose people to death and serious injury? The government has made a choice. That doesn't mean that we get to make this, or that we should make the same choice. So thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. I'll put the recommendation, A, B and C is on the screen in front of you. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. Sure. Yep. Would any of the other voters like their vote recorded? That's Grant and Lydia and Elizabeth against. Thank you. We've reached the 2-hour max of our meeting without taking a break. I do have there is a transport paper next, and the transport guys are here. If people are happy, we'll just extend the meeting, take this next paper before breaking. If I can have a mover and seconder to extend. Thanks, Shane, Bob. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, and we'll hand back to Murray.
Awesome. Thank you, Sam. So the purpose of this second paper is to devise, very similarly, the availability of co-funding for Council's transport improvement program, including major capital projects and low-cost, low-risk projects for the 2024 to 27 period, to seek Council's confirmation of local share funding allocated in the 2024-34 long-term plan, to seek Council's approval for the updated improvement program provided in this report, and to advise Council regarding the likely need for further program adjustments and funding considerations to manage the delivery and affordability of the transport improvement program during future annual and long-term plans. In terms of history, the 2024-27 program, approximately 60% of Council's transportation improvement program was submitted to NZTA for consideration for inclusion for co-funding. At its finance assistance rate of 51%. The projects submitted include major capital projects over 2 million and low-cost, low-risk projects under 2 million. As mentioned before, these budgets were submitted back in August 2023, and in September we found the results of that process. So looking at the first small table in section 4 provides a sort of comparison about what we requested and what we were allocated. So council requested $58,560,000 and the allocation came back as $6 million. So this is a significant reduction in costs. I'll just skip straight through now to the appendix, which is in section 9. These budgets have been optimised to align with the funding available. All projects have been included with some expenses spread beyond the first 3 years. This allows for further consideration of those projects in the next LTP process. They're being deferred. It's important for projects to remain in the program to seek DC funding. If we were to move those projects, we couldn't seek DC funding portions for those. The budgets and programs were prioritised through a number of teams of council, including asset management teams, operations, capital delivery, strategic planning, and our accounting teams, of course. Further to the workshops, we have shown in this program the phasing of the projects and indicated some budget adjustments to those as well. So moving to the options, like the previous report, there are 3 options available. The first one is that council confirms its commitment to the current budgeted LTP, 2024 to 27 years, the local share portion of the Transport Improvement Program budget, and approves its use to undertake the revised and reprioritised updated Transport Improvement Program to complete some, but not all of the original projects in that first 3-year period without further funding increases. So we're not seeking any further funding increases from our ratepayers on that. The updated Transport Improvement Program is detailed in the attachment, as I just said. The alternative to that is to postpone all the transport projects that were requested for inclusion in the NLTP but did not receive that funding, except for the 2 projects which received the funding, which we've detailed there, but to proceed with all the 100% funded projects as currently identified in the LTP. So that's option 2. Option 3 is that council increases the local funding for the total improvement program for financial years 2024-27 as per the LTP, regardless of the allocated subsidies levels received from NZTA. So those are kind of the 3 options. So one is to do as staff recommended, hold our local share as it is and rebalance the program. Option 2 is to postpone all the projects which haven't had that co-funding into the next LTP or beyond. Or option 3 is for council to increase its local share to balance that program and deliver the full program within those first 3 years. Staff's recommendation is obviously, well not obviously, but as reported here, is option 1.
Cool, thank you for that, Murray. Is there a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved Malcolm, seconded Elizabeth. Is there any discussion on this? Grant.
I have the same position as the last paper. Again, you're shifting central government funding projects onto the local taxpayer. You know, I just can't see the logic. I'm happy to support deferring the projects until the NZTA funding becomes available, but to commit local ratepayer funding to these projects when there's no central government funding, to me, it's irresponsible. We should just defer them, and we'll have to sweat the asset until the money becomes available. It's not the way we should operate our business. And I will leave it to the rest of the room. I would propose an amendment. There's no point in me being a lone ranger here. I'll leave it to other members in the room to see what it's support.
Thanks, Grant. Phil.
I want to make again just clarifying the 3 options. Option 1 is using the same pool of money that we were prepared to invest 58 million, investing it in a different way. Option 2 is we spend nothing. Oh no, so that's not true. We spend 5 million. And the other 53 million is not spent. Is that correct?
Yes, option 2 is to align our funding with what Waka Utahi has funded.
I understand that, but there'll be 53 million that will then be unspent. That would be budgeted for.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Sorry, yes, I understand.
And option 3, you're suggesting that we in fact we find another 30 million somewhere and we invest, we cover the okay, thanks. So I just needed that clarification. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Lydia.
I had a question. And my question was, what is option 2? Like, what is the impact on DCs? So claiming the DCs, what is the impact if we go with option 2?
I'm going to have an attempt at this answering this question, then I'm going to rapidly pass over to Andrew. I thought there could be a question along those lines, and so in our long-term plan on page 456 and 457, there's a list of all the transportation projects and the percentage that will be of funding that will come from developers. So I'll lead you to that, but it's quite a detailed sheet, and so I would say it's significant, but I might pass on to Andrew and I. I'll think about the answer to that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's a tricky area to navigate. So basically, if a project is referenced in the long-term plan, then we've got the ability to get DCs for it. So if we're basically saying that we would defer a project, but it's still in the long-term plan, we can still collect in DCs. So that's good. If we say that we're essentially scrapping the project, well then that would be a whole different matter that we wouldn't be able to do that. But the key thing is that through this process of deciding that we are now going to fund a project entirely that was previously dependent on NCTA funding, we've got the ability to apply the DC over our total share of cost. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'll put it another way. For an NCTA co-funded project, we were funding 49%, they're funding 51%. The DC can only apply to the 49% of our local share. If we are now saying we're not using NCTA funding and we're funding it 100%, the DC can be collected on the 100% share.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything? Malcolm.
Yeah, as the mover, is this Sophie fair?
No, you go first.
Do we use it as a right of reply?
Oh, okay. I was just going to say basically the same as before. It's not easy to have already spent a year and a half coming up with all the projects and costing everything, then finding that you've got to rescope it, and then you've got to rescope it again. Because somewhere else a decision's been made that all the money that comes into central government from fuel taxes and road taxes and everything else, we know that as usual Canterbury is receiving less back than we pay in. And now we're receiving less back than we've been able to already say, according to their own priorities, that is needed in our area. And as you pointed out before, Andrew, that in many ways with the increase in our population and the increase of vehicles on our roads, a lot of what was requested is actually a catch-up for what was required some time ago. And yeah, they made a choice. We don't have to make the same choice. We're just trying to reallocate based on what we've already agreed with our community and trying to make the best of a bad deal. So thank you.
And if I may just follow on from that, appreciate those comments. And look, we're disappointed that we're potentially going to have to defer projects that we're intending to try and advance in this next 3-year period. But what we have tried to do in those situations where we just can't afford those construction costs is actually allocate a small portion of money so that we can carry on with the implementation and design processes so that we have designs in the drawer ready to go at that time when the full funding can become available.
Thank you. Shane.
Thank you. I've kind of keep going back and forth, but during our previous discussions, I sort of landed on option 2 with grants coming from. What is the specific risk that we face by adopting option 1 to this council? I mean, it's certainly option 2 seems a more prudent approach, and option 1, financial sustainability requirements and economic regulation. What is the risk to this council by not adopting that option 1 and going with option 2 in terms of those specific words there?
Yeah, so financially, in terms of option one, there's no additional cost we're proposing in the first 3 years. So that's the same. So there's no additional burden to the ratepayers. If you take option two, then there would be a reduction of costs. I suppose I'll draw your attention to the first the first colourful chart after section 4. And so every time it says approved NCTA subsidy, where it says 0, if we take option 2, then that project would be removed from the program. So we wouldn't be doing Duns Crossing Road and Burton School Road traffic signals. We wouldn't be doing South Springston Road, roundabout, etc., etc. So wherever it has zeros, those projects would not occur if we took option 2.
Thanks, Shane. I feel like we're taking the same approach as we've done with Lincoln Town Centre. We wanted to do a project. We told the community we'd do a project. We tried to get government funding. The government said, no, we're not going to fund it. And we said, well, it's still really important to us, so we're going to carry on and fund it. And we've consulted on it, and it's approved. That's Lincoln Town Centre is not one of the key pieces that's in here because we'd already decided that was just going to be 100% on us. So I feel like this is just consistent decision making around how when we tell our community we're going to do something, we're going to continue to deliver it. I don't like that the government's pulled out their funding on this. We are the highest growth council in the country. That means there's going to be huge infrastructure needs from us. Most of them are going to be water and transport needs, and by the government not looking to invest in its growth spaces and also talk about going for housing growth and growth paying for growth, we're not seeing the return of GST and the spend and extra growth that brings into the government's into Treasury that we don't get back. So I think it's really disappointing that we didn't receive the money that we did, but I think the approach we're taking now aligns with what we've already done for Lincoln. Grant.
Not a right reply, just a clarification. When you say there is no additional burden to ratepayers on this happening, let's be absolutely clear. That burden is built into the 16% we smacked down last year and the 14.5% coming this year. If, as a council, we want to have any meaningful chance to have a review of our expenditure through an annual plan process, if you approve this, that's a huge budget item, which is going straight through.
Thank you. Right, a reply from Malcolm.
Yeah, I'm not very happy. I'm not happy with the $27 million of funding we haven't got out of a government which is content to spend it on other areas when they take it off us for road tax. They take it off us for road user charges, and we're not getting it here. I can't see us getting any of it in the next 2 years till they're gone. We need to carry on. There's projects in here that are in Lincoln. There's a project dear to my heart that's not funded here. That's the last one of my 5 roundabouts. There are daily crashes on that road and that intersection almost. It's only a matter of time for a loss of life. So I think we need to carry on and do what we can do in the meantime.
Thank you, Malcolm. So all those in favour of the 4 recommendations that are in front of us, say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Would the three of you like your vote against recorded? That's okay. You're allowed to second it.
Against.
That's fine. Yeah. Your mind is allowed to be changed through the debate and the discussion that we have. It can be recorded, Grant and Lydia and Elizabeth. Thank you. Andrew and Mo, thank you for bringing those papers to us today. We'll adjourn the meeting. The time now is 3:17. If we could take 15 minutes and come back 129 of today's agenda. It's annual plan, variances and consultation options. Hand over to Tim.
Thank you, Sam. Afternoon, councillors. This report, by way of introduction, largely follows on from the two previous reports. Essentially, this report seeks council's agreement on an amended work program for year 2 of the long-term plan. And on the basis that those amendments are not significant, proposes the council does not consult on its 2025 annual plan. So we have 4 recommendations. Receives the report, resolves to deliver an amended work program for year 2 of the long-term plan as set out in attachment A to this report. Notes that the amended work program does not invoke a requirement to amend the long-term plan, and resolves not to undertake a consultation in respect of the annual plan for 2025 as the changes are not significant. So let's get back to my place again. So in terms of the purpose, we set out some options in terms of the scale of the changes to year 2 of the long-term plan and the nature of the consultation required to meet the Local Government Act. So in terms of background, we went through a pretty comprehensive consultation process for a long-term plan, a record number of submitters compared to other years, so that was a fairly comprehensive process. It's only 6 or 7 months down the track from when we went through that consultation process. We say here that there are no significant or material changes from the content of year 2 for the long-term plan, and that council is not legally required to consult during the development of an annual plan, but must present the plan for adoption. So, and this is largely follows the reports that we've just heard, but there's basically some options on how to deal with the changes brought about by the, I guess, funding hole left by Waka Kotahi. Option 1 would be to rate for the difference, and I set out some figures there in terms of what that might mean for our impact on our ratepayers. We said we'd do 14.2% for year 2. If we followed this option, we'd have to rate higher. There is even a potential chance that we might challenge the ceiling of 16% if we followed that option. Option 2 follows the themes from the last two changes, where we effectively continue to fund the local share of both the continuous improvement programs and phases projects to match the revised budget allocations. So in the table there on page 131, I set out just at a high level the changes that have been proposed, and there's some description of those changes in 3 bullet points underneath. So in relation to the capital improvement program, the current level of service will be maintained, and improvements to the level of service will need to be phased over a number of years to ensure budgets are balanced. And it is considered that option 2 is the most pragmatic solution to progress for year 2 of the long-term plan. This option will not result in changes to levels of service, and the proposed annual plan budgets under this option will be within council's overall rates, cap debts and financial strategy. The next set of decisions is around the decision or the recommendation not to consult. There's some legal tests for this type of decision. Julie has applied her legal brain to those changes and the attachment A, and I'll just pass over to Julie to take through this part of the report.
Yes, so understanding that council in exercising its discretion to consult or not consult, apologies, would want some comfort as to what your legal requirements are. What we've done is we've gone through a robust process, taking our significance and engagements policy. We have codified that in Appendix A. So where you see that heat map, those are all the criteria on the adopted significance and engagement policy under the LTP. We have assessed any changes from year 2 of the LTP, including each and individually reprioritised project that would have otherwise fallen in year 2, and all the changes, both individually and cumulatively, against the significance engagement policy criteria, and found that all criteria across all projects, bar 2, were low impact. Now, that conclusion was largely drawn on the basis that the changes were signalled in the LTP around the reprioritisation. The only other changes were some mild uplifts in OPEX that will have no impact on rates. And the drop of the Waka Kotahi funding was consulted, that what would happen in that situation through. So as Tim has flagged, given the large amount of consultation that happened around that process, there's not a significant change that is occurring in year 2. So on that basis, there is no legal requirement to consult, given the decisions the decisions you've made here today. There is no legal requirement to make an amendment to the LTP.
Thanks, Sarah. So we've got 2 options on consultation then. Option 1, this is the third option, is that the council resolves not to undertake any formal consultation, and the community will be engaged and informed. So while formal consultation will not happen, we'll be undertaking different forms of communication and engagement with the community to describe the annual plan to them. This would include transparencies of the process, steps for adoption, explanation for deciding not to consult, and the reason as to why we do not need to consult. So that's our preferred option. So it's an option that while we don't formally consult, we keep the community informed and engaged through the process with information. The option 2 obviously is to undertake a consultative process, and this is certainly open for council to go down that particular track. It can exercise its discretion to undertake consultation. And historically, I think that's what the council has done. I guess the main impact of this work is upon, well, one, we've been through a very thorough consultation process with our community 7 or 8 months ago. We got a lot of response. As Julie said, we indicated within that document that if we didn't get funding from NZTA, there would be changes and rephasing. That's exactly what we've done. The second impact upon is really on the ability for council staff to carry out a very intensive work program of the next 6 months, and you'll hear a bit more about that in the next paper, and deliver business as usual. We don't think we need to. We don't think the community expects us to. We've had some, I guess, messages, consultation with the community saying if you don't need to consult, don't consult, and it's an expensive process. So that is not our favoured option. However, we include a indicative timeline at the bottom of page 134 if that is the decision of council, and you'll see those timeframes there. And it does mean we will be getting into consultation mode before Christmas. So we at top of page 135, we recommend option 1. Look, I think that's all I'd like to put forward. Happy to take questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just talk a little bit about the conversation we would have with the community about our program of works next year? Like, so consultation is one thing. Actually, even beyond that, we would still want to talk about what we are doing, what will be in each community delivering, what community can expect to see as far as capital works and a program for us to deliver.
Yeah, no, that's certainly the case. We'd be sending out information that would set out what the council is going to deliver. We just wouldn't be asking for specific feedback on those. We'd just be saying this is what we're doing. These are our commitments to the community, and this is our work program.
Thank you. Malcolm?
Yeah, I'd just like to move the recommendations as set out, A to D, and remind councillors that not long ago we had over 800 submissions on an LTP, which we canvassed heavily, discussed heavily around this table, and I do not see the need to go to the expense of doing an annual plan. So I'd like to move it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Phil, second. Thank you. Elizabeth?
On the indicative timeline that you've got rate strike for the 1st of July 25. Are you preempting the community having a strike on paying their rates, Tim? Because they're appalled by the increase, or because they can't have an annual plan?
No, that's a technical term, I'm told. That's how you just issue the rates. That's correct, isn't it, Alison? Yes. So that's what you say. We'll strike the rates, and that's just setting the rates for the next financial year.
So just looking at this time frame here, people have had a lot of fatigue around the whole process of submissions. We've had endless submissions on everything. We've got Future Cell One, I mean, it's unlimited, ageing strategies, all sorts of strategies. I think people are quite over another repetitive round of submissions. If we were to go to an annual plan, what would be the difference between what we've just produced in the LTP, what would be coming out in an annual plan that is in this following this time frame?
Well, from the previous two papers, there's some changes, but not significant changes, and they've been described to you in this paper and the two previous papers. So there's some changes to the phasing of the roading program in particular. So not significant changes. Overall, we're delivering what we said we would do in terms of the big decisions in most of the capital works program. There were just some minor changes to the phasing of the roading program in particular. So not a lot, to answer your question.
So we just voted on the roading programs, those two transport programs. So why would they come to an annual plan then if we've already made a decision around them?
Well, if you're asking me if we went out for an annual plan consultation and what we would consult on, we would be consulting on those minor changes we've just
Ones that
discussed.
we've just made. Right.
Well, that's not what we're suggesting. We're saying we're not going to consult.
So legally, you are entitled to make the decision because you're not required to consult on those because they're not significant. If you did consult on those, you would have the freedom to come back to make another decision around that again. It's not the recommended approach, but that's why you can make the decision before consultation on this one because it's not a legal requirement to do so.
So we wouldn't have to consult on those things. That would then become another question. What would you consult on and why would we be consulting?
Yeah, sorry, I thought it was the question that he was asking you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Lydia.
I have a question. And I guess in reading this paper, the first thing that came to me was how long have we had the intention to not go out for annual plan consultation? I guess in my mind, it's an expected work program. So is typically this decided after the LTP because it was such a heavy workload?
I can feed into that. So, Lydia, probably when you were away in China, there was a number of workshops that we held, and some of those are related to local water done well. So, actually, as part of the councillor workshops, we raised the prospect. So there was some discussions at the one-on-ones. So it isn't just sort of a paper that's come randomly. It has been based off some of the previous briefings.
Okay.
And secondly, Julie's been going through the changes, the minor changes in assessment of whether they were significant in the context of our significance policy. So that work has only recently finished, really.
And Lydia, this conversation happens after every long-term plan, and whether it's in year one, it'll happen again in year two. It's just that after year one of the long-term plan, it feels like we've just come off the consultation and we said it's a long-term plan, so why are we throwing it in the year after 6 months? Whereas we get to year two, we'll have this, regardless of today's decision, the council will still need to make a decision on the following annual plan. So this only covers next year's consultation.
Okay, can I speak to the...
Yeah, Jonathan.
I guess the thing that rings in my mind is that we... there's no legal requirement, but what actually is the moral requirement to our residents? And, we had a record number of submitters on the LTP, and I think that's for a reason because people are starting to actually take notice because things are starting to affect them, especially financially. And I just think that we owe it to our community to just do better. And I, on the top of my head, thought about all the things that, people suffer from consultation fatigue, and I mean, is there the possibility to wrap all this up into one thing? Because we are potentially going to have to consult on a LAP, a CCO consultation. The next paper on talks about bringing some of the $5 million for a cycle way forward from year 2029 to use. We have the Sheffield Water Races. We have combining the waterways and land drainage rate that we talked about in the LTP that was pulled out, and we were told that it would be into an annual plan. So I guess there's things that I feel like are just all happening, and would it be better and more effective to actually try and roll this into one program of works and save some consultation for fatigue and just go out with it all? I mean, you might tell me that I'm mad, but...
No, I would never say that, Lydia. We did get feedback, though, from the long-term plan and the representation review being out at the same time, that people, our community and the community gave feedback that they felt it was too much information out there for challenging topics. So that was, we also took that into consideration as well, knowing that, the next paper is about a proposal to go out with, potentially a water CCO if council pass that resolution. And that is a large piece of work in its own right, the size of an LTP.
So in saying that, all those things I've come up with over 6 months, there's probably 6 different things we're going to consult on. So 1 a month. And so I guess that leans right into people having consultation fatigue.
Thanks, Lydia. Sophie.
Yeah. So, as Lydia's just pointed out, there is a lot that we're consulting on over the next few months anyway. What I like about this in that sense is that every time we have an annual plan consultation or an LTP consultation, there are specific things that we need to know the answers to. But we get a whole bunch of other information that it generally boils down to just as many requests to reduce rates as build more facilities, increase levels of service and all those sorts of things. Sometimes even within the same submission, which is always rather amusing. But you can see where people are coming from. Everyone's got their own viewpoint. So as previously mentioned, we've got the Sheffield Pool consultation coming up in this paper, in this agenda. We've got area plans coming up. We've got the water services CCO. Those are the things that specifically we actually need to know about. And so in that sense, I'm happy with this because it will provide clearer responses as far as I can, I would hope that we would get a clearer response on what we need to know and we know that we need to make decisions on, and it's going to guide quite specific spending and planning decisions. Rather than a sort of a muddled blend of everything. But thinking of, I do have a question. It is that we had Mark Alexander from the Residents Association earlier, and his request from the association was around reviewing spending, reviewing assets and that sort of thing as part of an annual plan process. And previously, Darfield Residents Association made a similar request. And when we spoke about this request at a Residents Association meeting in Rolleston, we also spoke about the Economic Development Committee and their responsibility with the investment and disinvestment strategy. And the idea of that being to take a look at all of those assets as they were requesting and work out how to make them either benefit the district more. So the question is, if we had, depending on what assets that subcommittee recommends for disinvestment, will that trigger some sort of special consultative procedure that would be better done in an annual plan, or is it completely separate?
Well, that work is ongoing in terms of understanding what assets we have, what property assets we have. But that money, in terms of the investment strategic framework, that money was going to be moved into an intergenerational fund. So if that is the decision of council, that's the way it would continue. So I don't see any triggers for a special consultative process through the selling of assets, unless it was a strategic significant asset that did legally trigger such a requirement.
Thank you. Grant.
Forgive me for probably looking backwards at the LTP, but there seems to be an element of rose-tinted glasses about how well the LTP went. It didn't go well, did it? I mean, the IT system didn't work. We didn't get it audited. There's a lot of community mistrust. People were furious over the rates increase. And we're looking back now and going, what a great job we made of the LTP, and it all went swimmingly. It didn't. Clearly it didn't go well. And, you know, I think for us to sit here and say, oh, the LTP was a great document and, you know, everyone bought into it and it's all roses here is denial of realism. It's not. And look, I support Lydia's view that there is a place for an annual plan, and I think our ratepayers are more sophisticated than we give them credit for. I think what's worked really, really well is having decision points, which we're asking specific questions, decision 1, decision 2, decision 3, decision 4, whatever they may be, in a logical way, ticking them off one by one, rather than multiple goes at consultation at different various things. And, you know, as I said earlier on, I'm prepared to test the water and move an amendment in that direction that we do have an annual plan. So that's my amendment to the chair.
Thank you for raising that, Grant.
Yeah.
That's a procedural motion. I'll seek a seconder for that now, Lydia. Cool, thank you. So, but Grant, just for clarity, so A, B, and C as they are, but D would be resolved to undertake consultation.
Well, you know my position on B. I would challenge the CEO and the staff to deliver significant cost-saving opportunities through the annual plan process. Whether B allows that to happen, if it does, I would support B.
So can you give us your wording for the amendment?
Was A, you receiving it, and B, that we do have an annual plan, because the two second ones basically say stick to your knitting and do what you've been doing, which I don't support.
And then we wouldn't have B, C, or D. Yeah. Okay, Lydia, that's what you understood to me. Cool, thank you for that clarity. Does everyone in the room understand then what we're discussing? That we receive the report, but that we would go to consultation is the recommendation. I'll just check with the CE. That is, it's a direct negative of what's been moved. Are we, like, that would be the, if this fails, if the original recommendation fails, then we would go to an annual plan anyway. So is that tested through?
No, what I'm hearing is that the Grant has put an amended resolution to say that we will go to an annual plan. If that fails, then the resolutions that are written there as stands will be put to the vote around not undertaking consultation in an annual plan.
Yes, sorry, I'm checking the amendment though is, sorry.
So just to be clear, Sam, the amendment is a proposal to take option 2. Isn't it? We undertake a consultative process.
That might be clearer rather than having a direct negative to the original.
It's not a, you know, I'm not changing, making a brand
Can I
new
seek some
recommendation.
clarification?
Shane's next and then Elizabeth.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate the complexity of the work and the decision making ahead. And again, we had spoken about this and appreciate that some weren't in the room. And I guess reflecting on my past 5 years in local government and taking the opportunity to learn along the way, we've spoken about consultation fatigue. So I've heard from Mark this morning around we're not here to make staff's life easy. I can assure everyone we don't. If I was to take representation review, the 6 month, oh, it might have been even more than that, 6 months? 18 months worth of consultation, I would call the feedback less than sophisticated from the consultation that and the submissions that took place. But I would also point out the fact that a completely different option was mooted at the point of time after 18 months of consultation, which wasn't part of the original proposal. So where is the efficiency gained in having that particular type of consultation on top of other consultations and amongst a bunch of others? So if I was to learn anything from the 5 years that I've been in local government is to seek efficiencies, but also to be transparent, informative. I think our media team and Sarah and her team have done a fantastic job in reducing apathy towards council, engaging everyone, every corner of our local community, including mana whenua, to be a part of a great district that we are trying to form. And I guess there's a level of maturity that comes with a developing council, but that must come with trust. And if what we're saying is that we still don't trust our decision making or our ability to digest the best outcomes for our community based on some feedback from different areas, then I guess the question is down to where do we see ourselves going in the future, which is probably my own personal decision. If we've met all the legal requirements previously, if there's only a mild uplift in OPEX, what are we still trying to achieve? To me, it's an opportunity to cut costs further for the public to come through, which is absolutely fine. To engage sentiment, as Sophie's already pointed out, the particular topics that we need to make decisions on often get convoluted through sentiment, and we veer off into other areas, which is inefficient. We've made the decisions. I've heard from members of the community that why are we being asked again? Haven't we already done this? And we just continue, in the last 5 years I've been here, to ask the same questions and drive up costs of delivery because of it. I'm supportive of the work that the council, that the team have done, and supportive of the decision, and follow along with the Deputy Mayor and Phil in supporting option 1.
Thank you, Shane. Elizabeth?
Can I quantify in what Shane's proposing? We don't find it on here, just what it is that we're voting on in terms of his, not Shane, Grant's recommendation. Grant talked about, if it was B, that we would be looking at delivering the option of reducing the costs in the proposal. If that changes significantly to me, whether we are looking at reducing costs in an annual plan or we're just going out with the same. Because as Shane said, otherwise it's just the same questions, we already know the answers and we've already had the discussion, and I don't see anybody voting any differently to we did in the LTP. Same council, same result.
Yes, so recommendation B basically supports the 2 previous papers for a minor amendment to the work program. So there's no significant cost savings. That's what you've already agreed to in terms of the 2 earlier papers, that there's some small changes. All we're saying here in the context of consultation, those small changes, we do not legally need to consult. Our recommendation is we don't, for the reasons that you've just talked about, that we've already asked the community 6 or 7 months ago, the same set of questions.
Thank you. Phil?
Thank you. First of all, just clarification. So there was about 12 months of consultation on that representation review that we were consulted for. Grant's right. The process that we did for the long-term plan wasn't smooth, but we listened to a record number of people, and we had robusted deliberations. We had the conversations, we had the arguments, we had the bouncing around. I remember that all too clearly. So yeah, we've been through that, and we came up with the document that was 10 years time. It's only been a couple of months or a few months since we actually did that. So that has to be still a good decision. If it's not, then we're going to second guess all of our decisions. We should insist on continuing, insist that the staff continue the work on to save money in a managed manner. But this isn't it. This isn't how we save the money. We save the money by saying to them, the work they're already doing, keep doing it, keep cutting. But you can't just, I don't think we can unravel all that work when we did go out to really good consultation in a rough, robust process. So I'm speaking against the amendment and for the original motion.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak before I pass back to Malcolm for right of... Oh, no, sorry. You moved the original, Malcolm, sorry. Yeah. You can speak to the amendment. Yeah.
Yeah, remember, I just see this as a second attempt at trying to relitigate the LTP. Those who voted against the LTP last time are trying to put it back on the table. As Elizabeth said, it was debated around this table after a record number of submissions, and the decision was made. I do not support this amendment.
Thank you. Lydia, right of reply, yeah?
Yeah. When we bring up the LTP, we as governors didn't get a chance to make meaningful change like our community asked us to do. We only made decisions on the high level information we were given and nothing else. We had very limited information given, things weren't working well for us, and I think that this actually is an opportunity to have a look further at what we're doing. It's our role as governors to hold to account, and we should be able to do our job well.
Thanks, Lydia.
Just to clarify, the two previous papers, council have already passed resolutions to adopt that minor changes to the work program. So unless we undo those two previous resolutions we just made an hour ago, then we're stuck with what we've already decided.
Yes, so we'll find out whether or not we conduct an annual plan, and then we'll determine if this amendment passes. Option 2 indicates the timeframes for deciding on consultation items, which would be the 11th of December council meeting. Thank you. So all those in favour of the amendment, say aye. Anyone against? Say aye. Aye. Declare it lost. I'll now put the original option 1 from the report, which is A, B, C and D in front of you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Would you like your votes counted? Recorded, sorry. Yeah, that's Lydia and Grant. Declare that carried. Thank you very much for presenting that paper. The next item is council controlled organisation. This is on page 138 of today's agenda and has recommendations A through E. Tim, welcome. It's your disguise, I can't. Yeah. Did that come as a set? Oh no, they come off. Okay, yeah.
Turn your mic on, Tim, as well when you're ready to speak.
Not been very helpful. There we go. So plug this in.
Other side.
I'm not sure the presentation's so good. We need to wait.
Well, if you don't need the presentation, you just start, Tim, and if you get it up, we'll get it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. At this point, I'd also just like to acknowledge Natalie McClue, who I think is online. Can you hear us, Natalie?
Yeah, kia ora, hello.
Great. Thank you. Natalie, I think many of you have met. Natty has led the PwC team in support of the work we've done. She would have liked to have been here today, however, is feeling a bit poorly, so we appreciate you making time, Natalie. At this point, I'd also like to acknowledge my team. We have many of the water services team here today, and it's great to see them. These are important decisions that impact this team directly, so it's great that they can be here to listen to the discussion. So the presentation intended on just touching on some of the key points of the paper and taking us down memory lane a little bit in regard to the last few months and the journey that we've been on in order to get to where we are. But given we're having some IT issues, I might just crack into it. So the Local Water Done Well Bill 1 and 2 have been passed, with this third bill expected to be introduced in December. To date, there have been some key legislative expectations identified, including the requirement for us to develop water services delivery plans, and they need to be submitted in September next year. The reform, Local Water Done Well reform is still evolving, including economic regulation, and there could be changes by the time the final bill is enacted. So it's important that we remain nimble should anything unforeseen come through in the final bill, which may influence our position. We're not seeing that at this stage. What we do expect to see is some details of requirements around regulation and for, financial sustainability. So we believe to meet new regulation and legislation requirements, we should progress with a no regrets exercise for consideration of a new delivery model. So if we just go back a bit in regard to the journey we've been on, to date we've had 2 workshops where we have identified a long list of options to get to our recommended option to progress. We've discounted the consumer trust model as they would have to borrow independently and are significantly more complex and costly to administer. We've also discounted a shared services delivery model due to a lack of partnering opportunities and uncertain efficiencies. The joint CCO model was also discounted at this stage, but we anticipate partnering to be a long-term approach. So a Selwyn-owned CCO will need to be flexible enough to allow for future partnering in the region. The short list of options included a council-delivered service, so essentially status quo, and we've used that as our baseline. Establishing a CCO, which is the recommendation of this paper, and a joint CCO. The shortlisted options had a more granular assessment completed, including detailed analysis of financial sustainability. The Selwyn District Council owned CCO model emerged as the preferred option and as the recommended option of this paper, given many benefits to the Selwyn community. These include enhanced funding and investment opportunities, supporting upgrades to water and wastewater systems, improved water quality and service reliability through increased investment and focus, enhanced resilience in the face of rapid population growth, immediate certainty and stability for staff and our communities. And it also provides an adaptable and future-proof model which positions us for regional collaboration and increased efficiency. So in regard to the establishment timelines, to align with the legislative requirement to submit the water service delivery plans by September next year, and prepare for upcoming regulation, we're aiming to consult on the CCO at the start of next year. Subject to that consultation, we want to target an establishment date of the 1st of July. And this is primarily due to the importance that the CCO, which will ultimately deliver the work, the water service delivery plans, is able to input into and endorse the proposed approach that is submitted. A new water services CCO can access the different borrowing levels via LGFA, and we would like to have this option available to us as soon as possible. And our teams have faced significant disruption through the water reform and during this local water done well process. And we think it's really important to provide a clear pathway in regard to the direction that we're heading. So dependent on consultation, we propose to establish a CCO to mirror the current service and operational structures, and we would like to progress with the work on a no regrets basis. This means that initially the CCO may have agreements in place with council to provide services and systems which minimise the level of risk, effort and cost of establishment. So that's a brief summary of the paper. I draw your attention to the recommendations and just point out that we're not asking for approval to establish or stand up a CCO at this point. We're asking to progress with the preliminary work to do that. Following consultation at the start of next year, we will be bringing a decision paper to council. So I just wanted to clarify that first point. And that's all I've got at this stage. Thank you, Sam.
Great, Tim, thank you for presenting that to us today. Our journey here is supported by Department of Internal Affairs and by the Minister for Local Government around setting up a CCO, and both of them are aware of our discussion today and an intention to consult with the community. As Tim has said, I'd really like to acknowledge the staff that we have here, yourselves today, and also think about the journey over the last probably 5 or 6 years of this water discussion and how unsettling that uncertainty can be, and whether it was moving to 4 entities or 10 entities or not doing any of that anymore, and now maybe doing one of 4 different models and options, actually providing some change. Change has been one of those things that's always been coming, and so today to provide some certainty of direction, I think is important for us to consider. And as Tim, you've noted, we will want to hear from the community on their views. Water, everyone has views about water, and we heard that today from the Selwyn Wahora Zone Committee coming in about their community engagement and consult and work that they're doing in the community. So thank you for the work, Natalie, and Tim and the team to get us to where we are now. Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you. I have a number of questions, as usual, and I'll just go through them one at a time, but it may have been information that you given it to us in the workshops and I've missed. So in terms of the partnering in the future, whose decision would that be if the CCO has no elected members on the board? Is that going to be the CCO's decision, or how will it obviously isn't going to come back to council, is it?
Maybe I'll just touch on the conversations that we've had to date about partnering. So we have talked to Christchurch and Ashburton and Waimakariri and Hurunui and Kaikoura, and then we've had meetings with all of the councils within West Coast, Canterbury, Otago and Southland about partnering, and most councils were not looking to work together, and so that's got us to this point where we are now. In the future, this CCO will be 100% council owned, so decisions about the future of the CCO will be up to council.
So a decision like that would come back to us. Okay, cool. Does the board make all the future decisions? So it ties into what you're talking about here. I'm talking about, in a sense, what ties into we've just had discussions about annual plans and LTPs, where we've been able to put out to the community what we want. Will the LTP will that feed into the decisions that this board is going to make, the CCO? Is there some way that the community will still be engaged on the decisions around water in the future?
It's very similar. What would happen as to what we do with Claude now around a letter of expectation. So this council would create a letter of expectation to a new water entity. So very similar process to what occurs now around delivery. So we will still be inquiring through that process of the community
to do a letter of expectation?
The governance around this table will have responsibility for pulling a letter of expectation together.
Okay. On the 1st of July, you were talking about, is that this 2025?
It is, yeah.
Yep, okay. So the input into and endorse the approach with CCO. Who pays for the salaries, the building hire, etc. for the CCO? Is there, you've got a $2 million in line with this paper required by legislation up here. Where's that coming from?
I'll take that one. So you're right. I mean, on page 150 on Diligent, we've got a table there that talks to the funding that would be up to $2 million. And there's a breakdown there around what that's made up of. What we would be looking to do, assuming a CCO was established, is create an internal loan between Selwyn District Council and the CCO. So initially, it would be a cost to SDC for sure. And we would need to incur some of these costs before a CCO was set up, because we've got preliminary works that would need to go through. We'd need to start looking at like terms of reference. It would be a legal entity. It would have constitution and various other commitments that we'd need to look at. And I think to Tim's point, and Sam made the point as well, we would need additional resource. We wouldn't be able to expect the team to pick up a lot of this work in addition to their own work as well. So we have taken some tax advice from PwC, and the level of comfort is that we could have a fairly long-term, probably somewhere in the region of 25 years, internal loan that would have these costs sitting in our balance sheet and that of the CCO and a repayment term agreed.
Thank you. Sophie.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this morning we had the first subcommittee meeting for local water done well, which was really good. Thank you very much for running that, Sam and Tim. And in terms of the consultation with community, we did talk about there being a consumer charter of some description to be consulted on and agreed with the community as well. So not just a letter of expectation, but something that, because this is quite a change from how we deliver water now, just something to ensure that there are some values and some expectations that are agreed and not just subject to whoever happens to be on council at the time. Like this is what we agree should be the case. So how that develops, I don't know, but it's got to be developed with the community. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention that it's not listed in here, but I think it's considered within A, to be honest. So yeah.
Thank you. Lydia.
My question is around point C, and do we need to be clear in that the funds are a loan? Because reading the resolution, to me, it says that we're going to fund it. And so does the resolution need to be specific in that it is a loan? I know it mentions it in the paper, but for future reference.
So I don't think we can class that as a loan just now, because that loan is contingent on the consultation for the CCO being set up. So we're not actually approving like this as a loan at this point. If the CCO is set up, and that would be subject to the consultation, then we would treat it as an internal loan between Selwyn District Council and the CCO.
Thank you. Mover and seconder for the recommendation. Sophie and Phil, is your hand up? No, that wasn't a hand up. You was praying. Thanks, Phil. Natalie, was there anything else you wanted to add into the discussion today? No? Okay. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, Tim Allison and Natalie, for joining us online. Hope you get better soon. The next item is tab 15, Waikitikiri Alpine to Sea Trail with a new name. Andrew, thank you for, Kamal, thank you for the work that we've done to date. This was money that came through from the Better Off funding from the previous water reform that's got us to this point. We did have Kiwi Rail in the room. They were here to support the presentation today, but they had to leave because they thought it was going to be earlier in the day, so are unable to stay for this part of the presentation. But as was mentioned earlier, Kiwi Rail are very interested in supporting this, and that is part of the MOU that we have with them around this being one of the singled out projects. Kamal, I'll hand over to you and you can introduce the team and talk us through the report today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it's a long agenda. We are here approximately for 30 minutes just to go through the feasibility study and answer any questions. The team are excited to present the findings of the feasibility study, discuss the next steps. Here today, I've got Andrew Maisie, who's just going to go through the background and the recommendations. Then we have Jeff from the Frame Group and Rowan from Rome Consulting. So they are the main authors of the report, and they'll provide the expertise that's required. The report has been shared with key stakeholders and contributors, and we thank them all for their contributions and for their input. There'll be a chance for questions and answers afterwards, and hopefully we can correct some of the misinformations presented in the media. So I'll pass it over to Andrew. Thank you. Hang on. All right, got myself organised. Thank you very much for that introduction, Kamal, and having sort of been at the beginning of all of this, going back to 2009 and perhaps even earlier. It's been a bit of a journey, and Councillor Mugford will be well familiar with where we started with all this, and also ex-Councillor John Morton, who was quite instrumental in terms of getting this sort of, this idea and concept over the line back at that time. A couple of failed attempts to get feasibility study funding over the intervening years, both ECAN and ourselves, was disappointing. But it's been great that we've been able to have this opportunity to have the funding provided through the Better Off process. And we're here today on that basis, and look forward to being able to have the team and our expert consultants being able to take you through what they've found out. Literally, we started off on the basis of, can we get a route going through the high country? And yes, we can, and it's developed into so much more in terms of what you will be presented with today in regards to our thinking. In terms of where we're at with the report, I'll take that pretty much as read. We've got three options that we presented in terms of where we would be suggesting we could go with this, and being option one, that we, as council, we would not proceed with implementing or facilitating any sections of the trail. I think we've moved on from that sort of aspect well before in terms of our discussions with the LTP and the inclusion of funding within the LTP for $10 million for what we refer to as the plain section, and $5 million in support of investigating further the high country section. Option two would be, for instance, if council agreed that we would fund and implement all the sections of the trail. We believe that that is not realistic for council and its ratepayers when we're looking at an overall price tag of around $60 million for both trails. And I'd just like to follow on from Jeff's comments earlier in his presentation at Public Forum. This is not one or the other trail, it's both trails to get us from one end to the other, being the Alps to the sea. So that's it's all part and parcel. And option three, which is what we're recommending, is that we take a pragmatic approach in terms of how we may work with others and coordinate to be able to deliver this. Council has its strengths in terms of what it has provided before in regards to its township connectivity cycleways, and we can provide a similar role in the Melbourne area connecting between West Melton and Springfield. But there are others that are probably much better placed to be able to facilitate and advance the other sections, such as the high country section, and also WET in terms of the Wairau Ellesmere Trust have already made some key progress in that area around the lake. And that's where we've our recommended option. This is our recommended option, and this forms the basis of the recommendation for the report that we set up a governance model in terms of how we structure the responsibilities and delivery. We work out what our development priorities are, what actions and rail trail sections need to be prioritised, and we actually work to the basis of getting a dedicated project manager to advance all this, because this is not going to be a 5-minute effort. This is going to take at least a decade, if not longer, and we're just at the very start of a process to be able to proceed from here. So without further ado, I will get our consultants underway who have been champing at the bit all day to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that introduction, Andrew and Kamal. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jeffrey Wigley, taku ingoa, ko Otipoti Dunedin, aho. Thank you for having us here, inviting us here today to speak, and we are very excited to present the feasibility studies for the Waikirikiri Alpine to Sea Trail and the Te Waihora Lakeside Trail. I think names to be confirmed. So many of you have been involved in this process, many in the room were involved in workshops throughout, and it's a really great milestone to finally be sharing the feasibility study after many false starts, many years of discussions. It's really come together. So my name is Jeffrey Wigley. I'm a chartered structural engineer with Frame Group, and I specialise in trail design and trail structure design. And I was one of the lead authors in the feasibility study, and Frame Group itself, who I work for, has over 40 years experience designing cycle trails across New Zealand, and some of the local ones that we've designed and been involved with have been the Little River Rail Trail nearby, the Around the Mountain Trail in Southland, and a lot of trails for the Wakatipu Trails Trust around Queenstown.
Thanks. Kia ora tātou, ko Ryan Sapsford, taku ingoa. I'm a resource management, outdoor recreation and tourism consultant based in Taupo. I've got extensive experience working in biking and walking trails throughout the country, including providing advice on trail planning, feasibility, management, development, asset management and governance on a number of trails, including Hauraki, Mutu, Alps to Ocean, Whale Trail, and Great Lake Trails, Great Rides. So I've kind of been in this space quite a while. When I'm not doing that, I'm actively involved in a community-based trail group in Taupua, which manages and builds over 200 kilometres of walking and cycling trails, including a Great Ride. So as well as talking about it and turning out wearing a suit, I get out there a lot and get my fingers and hands dirty as well, building trails. And when I'm not doing that, I'm often riding the trails with my family and enjoying it. And as Jeff said, really appreciate the opportunity to come and present to you today on the mahi that we've been doing on these trail opportunities.
Okay, so I know it's the end of a busy day for everyone. I believe we've got 30 minutes, but we'll try to keep it to the interesting stuff. We're going to vote on some recommendations at the end. So there's some exciting stuff to get through. We've split this presentation into the summary of the feasibility findings and some key info. Then we're going to focus on the trail governance and management models. And then at the end, we're just going to reiterate those recommendations based on our experience. So before we get into the findings of the feasibility study, I think you're well aware of the context and the available opportunity here, but I think this map on the right shows it really well. There's Great Rides and Heartland Rides shown, and there's a very clear gap in the Canterbury region and the Southern District. So not only that, the neighbouring rides are some of the best in New Zealand. The Central Otago Rail Trail and the Alps to Ocean are synonymous with our regions, and they're really proud of those trails. And then Selwyn actually has an opportunity to not only rival but exceed those trails for that region. The Te Waihora also is a really unique opportunity specific to Selwyn as an internationally and nationally recognised wetland and a tribal tonga to Ngāi Tahu for centuries as well. So that's obviously really special and maybe unknown to a lot of New Zealanders.
So just briefly going to go over the process on the journey that we've been on to get here today. So in developing the feasibility assessment, we have done a number of workshops with key council staff and governance. One of the great things about this job is we get to go and see amazing places, and this was absolutely this is definitely part of that. That you've got an amazing scenery, amazing countryside. I often put visitor lenses on. Would I come and ride my bike here? Would I come and bring my family here? Absolutely. Pretty blown away through the ground truthing and experience development process of essentially the raw material you've got to create trail-based visitor experiences. Jeff and the team, solid engineering experience to do a lot of the trail design and structural design work as well. We also brought in a few others such as Martin Jenkins, who do the cost benefit analysis work, which is the economic analysis. And we also done some engagement with key stakeholders such as KiwiRail and DOC, and talked to some of the landowners, potentially affected landowners, but not all. There were some we weren't able to engage with, so there are certainly some gaps there which need to be tested in the forthcoming stages. Similar with mana whenua engagement, we reached out through council staff, but were unable to have the appropriate hui to get a good understanding of what the views are there and thoughts. So again, any further work would need to be based on solid mana whenua kōrero as well.
Okay, so this slide shows all the bits of the feasibility study, but we won't go into all of them here. The key point is we've issued a long report that's 280 pages. It's got all the details in there, including appendices. Don't expect everyone to read that. So we've actually made a short report that's a lot easier to digest, and that's 44 pages, and that's really good reading for anyone that's interested. And then we've also distributed some trail summary posters around the room, which you're welcome to take home. And that's the key information there. But just really, if you do have detailed questions, we've gone into a lot of detail in the long report. I think it's been discussed a little bit earlier today, just the naming of the trails, and yet we just want to reiterate Alpine CC has been used in multiple trails around the country, and this is just purely a working name that we were using through the study, and we didn't want to impose our own name on it. So I mean that should be up to mana whenua engagement, community engagement, and yourselves. But we've continued with that for the feasibility study, and then we've also split this trail into two distinct regions. One is the High Country Trail, 108 kilometres starting from Arthur's Pass to Springfield through the Southern Alps, and the Plains Trail, 80 kilometres from Springfield to Ralston and trails beyond. And there's a distinct geological differences between those regions, different trail experiences, and just very clear separation between those two trails. And I guess that supports the fact that this is one trail and the Te Waiora is another trail, but even within those there's different ways that can be staged or developed.
So the other trail, the Te Waiora Lakeside Trail, and as Jeffrey mentioned before, it's a local taonga. It's kind of widely unknown throughout the wider country and even internationally about some of the opportunities and experiences that it offers, especially ecological, cultural stories associated with the location. We've broken this into two separate trails, again, for ease of planning and also different experiences. The east side is I've identified a loop, 50-odd K loop trail, which incorporates aspects of the Little River Trail. And then the western side heads down to Taumutu and has got a different experience with some on-road aspects at this stage, but all got that strong wetland environmental cultural story to it. We see there's some great opportunities for local experiences for riders and walkers in this trail, especially with the connection directly through to Lincoln, etc.
Okay, the next few slides are all summarised on the posters around the room, so there's more detail in those if you want to read them. But we'll just start with the High Country section. This is the showpiece for Selwyn, or one of the showpieces for Selwyn, and it also represents the best opportunity for investment in the region for these trails, and Rowan will get into that with the cost-benefit analysis. But the trail starts by generally taking the Transalpine train from Christchurch or Rolleston up to the start, and that's something that no other trail has around the country. And that means you get the experience of the Waimakariri Gorge and a really nice entrance into Selwyn. You also gain some elevation. You get off in Arthur's Pass with your bike. You traverse multiple national parks and conservation lands. You cross the Waimakariri, Beeley, Kauai, Cass, Porter River. You traverse high country stations, past mountain lakes, Craigieburn Forest Pass, up above Castle Hill, all unique things to Selwyn. The trail itself is in really challenging terrain, but it hasn't not been done before. There's a photo there of the Lake Dunstan Trail. So it's a really popular trail. People with e-bikes, lots of different people can use it. But that's a mountainous trail, and that's sort of, if you want to envision what it would look like, it would be something like that, but through the Alps.
So for the metrics, we've identified a construction cost of $30.8 million. Now, our approach for these costings, because we did listen to Mr. Gabbity's presentation before, we do err on the side of caution. We do not like to present costs which will mean that council or whoever will be going back to a funder to get additional funding to build. So they are very much costs with a good healthy contingency in there. They do include things such as a 200-metre clip onto a road bridge as well. So there's elements in there which aren't cheap, but they also provide for a resilient trail which is low maintenance and sustainably aligned, and going to also provide the maximum user experience. So again, conservative costing, but again, it's, as we know, it's better to get a nice surprise than a nasty shock with these kind of things, and that's our focus. I talked about the cost-benefit analysis process, so we work with Martin Jenkins. So Martin Jenkins has a cost-benefit analysis model which is used for all the great rides. It was developed with MB and has been applied for all of the funding business cases for the great rides in the last 6 or 7 years. So that model is developed through the inputs of how many people are going to come and ride the trail, how long are they going to stay, how much are they going to spend, how long are they, and what kind of services are they going to use? Are they international, domestic or local? That's given us an output that we're expecting the trail is going to create about 200 jobs for construction. Now, bike trails by their nature are labour heavy and also involve generally a lot of local materials and a lot of local inputs. Hence one of the reasons why bike trails and walking trails are quite popular with local communities and have some strong benefits to the local economy. Ongoing, it's anticipated there's going to be about 366 ongoing jobs from trail operation maintenance, as well as additional people required in cafes, shops, accommodation, facilities which may open up, bike hire. We talked about the KiwiRail opportunities, who are looking at the opportunity to put another carriage onto their train just to bring people and bikes up, those kind of things. Conversely to our costing, our user estimates, we always again err on the side of the caution. So those are probably lower than what you'll see, but again, we take a conservative approach. So what you do is you get 30,000 people potentially in a place where they weren't previously, and those people are carrying their wallets, and that's where the benefits come out of it. This means for the High Country Trail, we're anticipating a benefit cost ratio of about 3.9. To put that into perspective, a lot of councils, central government will make investment decisions on anything which is over 1.1. So 3.9 is actually a reasonable, quite a high rate. What does that mean from an economic benefit for the region? And by region, I'm talking about Selwyn District. That's $42.1 million into the local economy over the next 15 years, which is not an insignificant amount, and is also on par with what we've seen with the great rides throughout the country for the last few years. I think Mr. Gabbity's mentioned the $1 billion a year spending we see on great rides, and that's because trails do bring a lot of money into the local economy. Funding, so when we developed this, and what was influential for these figures in front of you, is we assumed a 50-50 funding split between local and government. Now, why do we do that? That's essentially, it's the consistent approach taken on great rides and great walks, etc., throughout New Zealand over the last few years. Now, when we're talking about local funding, yes, it's anticipated there could be some council funding in there. It also will depend on the governance and management model, what we talk about, which we'll talk about soon, which also determines where those funds could come from. Central government, we do know, for those that are aware of the Regional Infrastructure Fund, I'm working on an extension on a trail in the Central North Island, and we have been told directly from the Minister's office that trails such as this are not out of scope from that. So while some cycle paths may be, tourism-based trails are identified and noted by the government as a good investment.
Moving on to the plains section, distinctly different from the alpine section. This is linking the communities of Springfield, Sheffield, Darfield, Kirwee and West Mountain, and then onwards to Ralston, Lincoln, Christchurch and beyond. They act as part of the Great Ride as people leave the high country sections, and then it's downwards, sloping gently all the way to the coast. And there's a prevailing nor'wester at their back, so it's a really nice, gentle ride downwards. But they also act as very good commuter trails between these townships. So they're wide, they're flat, they're accessible, they're safe, and they invite many different users to use them, and then offset them people having to use the road or their cars. We are recommending a sealed surface for this trail because of the semi-urban nature of it, but also because of the extended amount of users. You won't just get Great Ride users on a sealed trail, you'll get kids pushing their bike, or you get road bike users that are not using the state highway then. And there's also a very high expected use for these, so the sealed surface means less wear and much less maintenance over time.
So by the numbers, we've set out what the relative costs are going to be for the sealed and for the gravel, and as Jeff mentioned, our recommendation is to go with the sealed. I know from my own experience, it's not just building the trail, but it's also maintaining it, and it's often harder to get those costs to maintain the trail. So if you've got the option to create a more robust, bulletproof surface, which is the asphalt or concrete one, definitely money that's going to be saved in the long term. That obviously does bring with a higher construction cost, which you can see there, and we've also mapped out what the potential jobs and construction ongoing are going to be. That the annual users in this respect are likely to be more domestic, more New Zealand riders, and also local riders, especially commuters, schools, those kind of things as well.
Okay, just to end the Waikirikiri Trail, we've just put a photo board up here so we don't get lost in the details. The photos show a rough itinerary based on lengths, what people might do, but you can clearly see from the views there, it's a trail to rival anything any other Great Ride trail has in New Zealand. There's 10 significant structures in the High Country Trail, and we've put an example suspension bridge there on the right. These bridges become distinct or really attractive parts of the trail, and users go just to go on those bridges as well. And there'll be a number of new vantage points accessed from the trail. So you'll have new vantage points from Mount Horrible Saddle, up beside Porter's Pass, and up behind Castle Hill in the High Country stations, for example. And obviously it's not all smooth sailing, so the feasibility study has identified the key considerations, risks, opportunities that will need to be addressed in developing these trails, and we've thrown them up there for your reading. It's also in the long report. But some of the key ones for the High Country Trail is DOC access. There's lots of conservation land up there, but working with DOC to allow environmentally sensitive trails is one of the key things to consider. Another one is mana whenua engagement for these significant landscapes, and landowner engagement and stakeholder engagement as well. There's also the bridge across the Waimakariri River. It's obviously pretty old, it's over 100 years old, and we're looking at putting a clip-on on that or different options with NZTA and other engineering firms. If we jump now to the Te Waiora Lakeside Trail and we look at the east side section, you can see in your summary posters the information there. This is a really obvious day ride from Lincoln and Ralston. It's 52 kilometres of flat, easy gravel trail. And if you want to imagine it, it's just an extension of the Little River Rail Trail. So the same surfacing, people will do it as part of that, or it can be its own day ride. It brings people to the lake, past wetlands, and even up past the river, up the Ararira L2 River. The key structure on this one is a 1.2 kilometre long timber boardwalk that will be a feature itself near Yars Flat. And it's a very ideal platform to view and be around and witness and experience the lake and the bird life along the lake.
So the associated figures for this section obviously reflect that we've got easier country to work on. Obviously there are some wet areas which are going to require large structures such as boardwalks, as Jeffrey mentioned, and that lower cost means obviously potentially lower jobs as a result through the construction than some of the other ones. This is going to be a trail which is more valued by the local Canterbury community. It's likely to be used by those that are travelling to the area and wanting to stay a few days to spend time on their bike or walking. So it's probably, from an international perspective, the priority would probably be the high country trails, but that's not to say that this trail won't have significant community benefit and should be really considered on that basis as opposed to an extension to the wider Waikirikiri Trail. Again, we've assumed similar funding models for this one, and it has got a lower cost benefit than the other ones, still positive for the east side, and that's on the basis of probably more domestic regional users rather than international users.
And we're getting pretty far out here when we start considering the west side of Te Waihora. It's less close to the main urban centres, but it is close to Leeston and Southbridge and Coesford, and it really anchors around Taumutu. There's a suspension bridge across the river mouth of the Waikirikiri River, and then it meanders down along different wetlands. So it's a challenging trail to build because there's flooding on that side. There's a lot of landowners and obviously a lot less users because it's not a day ride from Lincoln now. It's pretty far out. But this one has been presented. It is a really good opportunity for the runanga at Te Taumutu, and yeah, potential for future developments.
And you'll notice that this one doesn't have a positive benefit cost ratio, and again that's just because it is that further away, it is less accessible than the other trail, and we would expect even the east side would be prioritised over this one. So, but again, it would still provide quite a compelling walking and cycling trail around Te Waihora, connecting those communities there. So obviously lower spend, lower development costs, and lower associated jobs with that, but a really positive trail experience nonetheless. Again, similar funding model, and we'll talk about governance for this trail and the other ones further on as well. And similar to the other, to the Waikirikiri Trail, I've just included a few photos and images here, some of the key aspects of the Te Waihora Lakeside Trail. Obviously that strong coastal sediment experience, the solid wetlands you've got in there, long timber boardwalks such as the 1.2 kilometre one through Yars Flat, plus a few suspension bridges over the Selwyn River, and not to mention the spit, etc. in the opening as well, and that awesome kind of marine interface with the land there as well, especially for those that do choose to ride all the way from Arthur's Pass down to the coast. It's a pretty cool journey and a great finish to that. Similar challenges in building. So we've got a very sensitive environment to be very aware of when building in there. There's some very important mana whenua and stakeholder engagement to also occur, and potentially private landowner engagement as well. Similar challenges with talking to our friends in DOC, and also some reasonable structures to be developed, but as we know, they also lead to some cool experiences on the trail as well. Very much aware that some of these areas will be subject to potential inundation by water and flooding as well, which is another important aspect to consider in design. So I'm just going to talk briefly on trail governance and management models that were recommended. Just before I do that, I think it's what a good trail governance and management model is has been the topic of a lot of discussion, certainly in my world, in the last 5 or 6 years, where New Zealand Cycle Trails and MB have been looking at what is the most effective governance and management model. They've been doing that on the basis of trying to ensure that trails are managed to create the best user experience, and the government gets the best, return on their investment as well. So these recommendations come from, my involvement in some of that work, and also working with a range of trails and knowing what good looks like. So for the Waikirikiri Trail and the Te Waihora Trail, we're actually recommending an independent or semi-independent trust is formed to manage and develop those trails. That we think there's definitely benefit in those trusts being established and facilitated by council at their outset. And we're recommending a membership which is actually reflective of the local communities and of the people that are going to use those trails. And also those organisations, when formed, should have some very strong active communications and relationships with those communities, landowners, stakeholders, etc. And what we would expect to see over time is that the makeup of those entities would change as they go from a construction process through to an operational process. So the makeup on those boards, etc., may change as well. At the bottom, you'll see a couple of logos, the Whale Trail and the Hauraki Trail. Those are 2 trails that, in my view, have got a very good governance model that's working effectively. Hauraki Rail Trail's got 4 different districts with 4 different council representations. I think they've got about 6 different iwi groups as well. But it's basically held up as being one of the best models in the country. For the Waikirikiri plain section, we do see this as essentially a civic asset. It is definitely well in the wheelhouse of what council does for your core business. So we see this as an asset which is more likely, more effectively to be owned and managed by council themselves. The other thing I should have mentioned for Te Waihora, and I think it was mentioned before, we have the Waihora Ellesmere Trust who have been actively involved in this trail already and actually present quite a good known and established governance structure which could be then used to move this trail forward. Also aware of the wider trails within Ashburton and Waimakariri, and obviously any of these trails should have those wider relationships and be looking at those wider connections as well.
So we're just going to end the presentation with our next steps for trail development, and there's a lot of information in the report as a roadmap for development of these trails going forward for whoever picks that up. But again, it's up to council to decide how they want to stage it, what they want to stage. All the info's there ready for when it's needed. So this slide, you don't have to look at the detail. It's just an example of a development path over 10 years for one section of the trail. So imagine this is the High Country Trail. You probably can't read the wording, but it just shows that you'll be doing a lot of these tasks in tandem, and then some need staging later on. And there's a whole lot of tasks or projects in the report that are basically shovel ready to go to get started on some of these rows. And we're just showing the complexity that needs to be managed and the volume of work that needs to be done before you can actually stick a spade in the ground and get building. And there would be essentially this times 4 for each trail. So yeah, just something to be aware of. And that leads well onto our 3 key recommendations, which Andrew tabled at the start as one of the options that you'll be looking at. So the first one is for council to establish a development priorities. We've talked about it's not just one big trail. You need to think about what's going to be your best return, what you want to develop first, and the staging of those and the sequencing. All the information is in the report. You have access to all of that. And then developing your priorities. For example, you may wish to to develop and construct the planes first because it's going to affect the most amount of local people positively the quickest. You might want to start looking at designing the high country trail and getting some of those risks sorted. And then at the lake, if there's funds and resources, you might want to start looking at the east side and then save the west side for later, for example.
The other two recommendations is we talked briefly before about the importance of governance. So establishing those governance groups we see is really important to do first up. The good thing is that if you get that right, you could potentially have an entity which drives these projects forward. And I didn't mention previously, but obviously those separate entities can also access a lot of funding which councils cannot as well. So that whole question about how is this going to be funded, a good governance model can really work towards actually accessing and getting some funding and advocating for funding in a way that a council can't. But we do believe that doing some good work on getting a governance model for these trails that actually reflects the trails in those communities. I'm not saying, I've talked about some good examples, but it's not taking a model which works in Hauraki or a model which works in Kaikoura and applying it to the high country. It's about ensuring that we've got one that's fit for purpose for those trails. Project manager is really important. So obviously it's that one person or that one role that has ownership of the project and drives it forward, essentially the face of the trail. And it's that kind of resource which will ensure that these trails will actually go forward effectively. That creates relationships with landowners, with mana whenua, obviously with the council, with funders, KiwiRail, those other kind of groups as well, and works in with the technical people to drive that through. So, and that role over time, similar to governance, may change into a trail manager role, which is really important to ensure effective trail management as well.
That brings us to the end of the presentation. We just want to thank everyone again for inviting us to present today. We're really proud to present this feasibility study to you and show all of the options that are available in this comprehensive package. And again, we encourage you to look at the summary posters, take them home, read the short report, and then if you want, read the long report as well, and go there if you have detailed questions that you want answered. But we're also happy to take questions now if there's time.
Thank you. Can we move and second if the recommendations within the report? Shane and Sophie. Questions? Elizabeth.
Oh, thank you. That was a really enjoyable presentation. I was just trying to find information while you're going through. Yeah, obviously you've touched on a few things which are very relatable. Obviously, with the climate change, the proposed weather extremes, you have identified that could really create a problem here. That's probably one of my major concerns, particularly with the coastal erosion around the Lake Waihora and, well, all erosion really in any of those areas, and the boardwalk that's destined to go across Yars, because that has really significant flooding. I've seen videos that have been sent to me of the flooding down there, like this, it'd be pretty high spec engineering to create something that's going to withstand those kind of flooding, river flooding issues. Yeah, and just also with the Kaitereri Spit, you've got a rocket launch site there. Has that been supported by those who've got the runway contracts to have access to that? Also, the third thing I think is the LTP results for us showed that significantly the community weren't in support of council getting in behind and funding this. There were some, but the majority seemed to sway in favour against. Do you have anything to say to those comments that I've just made?
To respond to the
boards.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for all those points. Definitely things that we wanted to consider throughout the report as well. Climate change is a key one. In the bigger picture, cycle trails form a big part of addressing climate change or allowing different modes of transport and things, but you're talking about the actual resilience of the trail. So, yeah, we've put a lot of effort into the preliminary design of these from an engineering perspective, because we do design a lot of trails, and we've considered those, but there is a detailed design stage that needs doing. Part of that is hydrological assessments around the lake, But we also have identified dry areas, and the boardwalk is there because that is a flooding area. And then there'll be a lot of work done to determine the level of that, where it sits, and how it can be potentially modified over time as well, like raised and lowered at a lower cost. The rocket launch site, we are aware of that. There's a lot of news on that on Katori Te Spit. And yeah, that was in the Canterbury region, and we haven't engaged with them yet, just purely due to the scope of the proposal. That is more effective on the West Side Trail, which is less recommended than doing the East Side Trail. We probably can't comment on the long-term plan stuff outside of the scope of our study. You want to comment?
Thank you. And Nicole.
Thanks for this. Finally seeing sort of end result. So you're looking at, like you're talking about governance structures. You said you thought was a good governance structure for what was, so I mean, they're looking at the east side at the moment of the trail. And they also, so they have a project manager as well for that project. So from where I see that, I mean, that model that they've got and everything is fine to continue on there. They have had, they're one of Council's strategic partners have had some funding through that, and then they're looking at other options for getting funding. So in the report says about appointing a project manager, so that's one for the whole thing. How is that going to work?
Thanks, Nicole. Good question. It's basically is the beginning part of where we establish the development of the priorities. And once we have understood what priorities we want to do, then do the governance. And with that governance, then do the project management.
Okay, so it's further down the track. That's why I was wondering,
Correct.
You know, we've suggested in here, but I wasn't clear about where you were
It will be a
about.
staged process
Yep.
and development of the project manager on each area, depending on what priorities are chosen and which areas we want to develop first.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Actually, just to flow on from that, who decides the development priorities? Does this sit with the Economic Development Subcommittee, or does this sit with full council, or does that sit with staff?
At the moment, it sits with us until we determine where that goes. So staff would, if we pass recommendations today, then staff would work away on these three and bring them back to us for to keep us updated with where that's at. If we wanted to give it to the Economic Development Committee, that could be a decision that we make, or that committee could request. But at the moment, it hasn't been given anywhere other than here.
Okay, thank you. I guess my interest in here is really around the plain section, and looking at why gravel is not the preferred option. And I look at all these towns through here, and this is where I live. And, you know, we bike on gravel, we run on gravel, we walk on gravel, we drive on it. And it is still around our townships. And to double the cost of the cycleway to seal it just seems a bit out of hand for me. You know, we have $10 million budgeted for that. And if we went with gravel, would be $2 million under budget, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? I think that would be more likely to attract co-funding from NZTA on that? No?
Carry on, sorry.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at the budget, you know, that's what we've got set there. And, you know, I think our community is aware, and that $16 million to seal from Springfield to West Melton is pretty hefty. It's a big swallow. And, you know, we're rural towns. We're used to that level of service. We don't expect sealed cycleways. And I'm thinking about the numbers, you know, like we're saying 20,000 local people are going to use that a year. You know, we could be looking at 70 people a day, and we don't even have that on our commuter trails in our urban environment, in our built-up environment. You know, some of these towns have, you know, 300 people living in them. And, I guess I'm struggling to see the numbers for my own area in this. And I'll chuck my question onto it. Can you tell me how much we spent in total on this study, including all associated spend and cost?
We utilised the Better Off funding for that, and that was sitting between 80 to 90.
For the study?
No. This was around 200,000.
Yeah.
200,000.
So the study was 200,000.
200,000.
And then the carryover 90K and the Better Off funding that is in our transport program.
Correct. So that we still have Better Off funding available, which will be utilising
Another
for...
90,000 on top of the
Correct,
200.
which will be on top of the 200, so which will be utilising possibly for something else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Grant.
I just wanted to seek absolute clarity at this meeting. We're not actually approving this project today, are we? We received the feasibility, and this is in effect what we're asking, the staff are asking, what I understand, is to further develop the feasibility of this project. We're not saying the council's right behind us, we're going to do it, this is going to happen, this is the next steps for delivering it. I want to make sure I'm absolutely clear there will be a number of stop-go points along this process where we're not committing our ratepayers today to significant expenditure. Is that the way?
Yeah, so we're not committing any further funding today, and any discussion about funds would be done through a long-term plan or an annual plan. So today is really saying we received the report. The report's got some recommendations about further development of what they would look like, and that would be brought back to the council as Lydia, your question around where that sits would come back here at the moment.
So just to be absolutely clear, in the LTP there was $15 million earmarked. And what I saw on the screen there was about just over $1 million will be committed through this process over the next 10 years. We're not going to go out and spend for another 14 million without coming back to the council.
Okay, Andrew, do you want to talk about where that money in the LTP was committed? Because some of it was for the plain section, which would require co-funding, which we're not going to receive, so that won't be spent. And 5 million was for the development of the Alpine section, which is part of what could be spent, but it's not necessarily in this next annual plan. So that's part of the work that Andrew and the team will need to do.
Yeah, that's a good summary, Sam, and also the fact that the $10 million that was tagged for the plain section was subject to NZTA co-funding at 51%, which obviously, as we know at the moment, is none of that sort of thing is going to be happening. So the $5 million was placed in there also to be able to enable us to continue advancing aspects to do with the high country section that showed through the LTP that we had skin in the game, for want of a better term, if we had opportunities to attract, say for instance, further funding opportunities, whether from national resources or from whatever, but it also gives the advantage to us to be able to, as the report detailed, bring small portions of that forward to be able to facilitate some of the next stages of the work that will advance the investigations into these governance models and what our delivery priorities are and things like that. So that was the context to that. But to be clear, obviously, with the figures that have been presented today, it's not going to be able to cover, what the full cost of this project will be, or even parts of it. So yes, to be clear, we have to come back and explain these aspects to you going forward. And this is just basically our first dip of our toe in the water, if you want to put it that way, in regards to getting this pushed through in regards to what maybe need to be considered for future LTPs and what have you. But just if I may circle back to Lydia's point about, the difference between gravel and seal, I get your point, and we understand it, and it's been a point that we've discussed quite significantly through what we presented and the feasibility report. All of our pathways connecting our townships have been to a level of service of being sealed, and we went through that with the walking cycling strategy to determine what our levels of service would be, and basically for a rural pathway connecting our townships, it was 1.5 metres wide sealed. And so we're just following on from that level of service perspective, a little bit different in this case where we've widened out to 2 metres based on the additional use that it's going to get. from, not just locals, but the tourists passing through and things like that. But it's really trying to get to a point where with this plain section that we're trying to link up the townships on a commuter basis, ability for people to move backwards and forwards on a sealed surface, as opposed to somebody on a mountain bike, for instance, that would just be able to use it. And so really that's the fundamental aspect. And I think in terms of some of the experience that we've had is that, and Jeff talked about it in his presentation, that, even with an unsealed surface, you've got to, get down and reconstruct back up quite a reasonable depth. And in actual fact, while you're there and you've done all that, the sealing component is relatively an inexpensive part of that whole build-up process.
It's good.
And
Sorry, we're getting into some detail
Yep,
here. We
no,
haven't,
that's
you know,
right.
we've got to take a decision today.
I just thought it was important
I
to
just want to
cover that off.
What I heard was basically 1 point something million over 10 years, plus potentially $4 or $5 million, which are investigative costs that that person, that facilitator, might incur of investigations. I guess I'm just referencing the LTP on page 49, the document we sent to our ratepayers, that the feasibility was underway for both trails, including funding options other than rates. We will let you know more when these studies have been completed, not allocate 10 or 15 million to it. Look, I think it's a great concept. I absolutely think it's great, fantastic. But I don't think we should pay for it in any sense. And I support you getting a facilitator appointed, but I'm very keen to make sure there's regular check-back, stop-go sections in this where we get the opportunity to go. Let's just pause that, or we're not in for that. And what I'm hearing is that's what we're going to happen.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Grant. Sophie?
Yeah, to be honest, a lot of what I was going to ask has already been asked, so that's cool. But it's been an interesting journey going through all of this, and at various points I think there was 5 different councillors who were involved in the working party. So that's, we've had some input, but also we're not the experts in terms of trail building. And it's, I still think it's a great concept, particularly since it was interesting hearing this morning about the value brought to tourism by various trails like this compared to cruise ships, which have a massive environmental impact as well that isn't even considered in the amount of money that they're earning, whereas this is nice slow tourism, low emissions, and you get a train journey out of it. And I'm going to stop there because, everything else has already been asked. I was going to ask about wet and stuff, but you already did that.
Thank you, Sophie. Shane.
Thank you, Sam. Pretty much the same. Tēnā kōrua. Thank you very much, guys, for the report. And I know where I'd rather be at the moment, it'd be riding one of these trails. Having done the Selwyn Sports Trust charity ride on the weekend, last week we cycled from Sheffield and I finished at Whedon's, but that was 75k. And I'd rather be doing it in the scenic environment with a bunch of mates. You've presented a very strong case, and I appreciate the work that you've undertaken and your experience and expertise in these particular areas, and noting the economic benefit to our region, and you having brought that out in the report. It really signals an opportunity for us to have a look at where we are currently in Aotearoa and examine what council's role is, and you've identified that by the potential of partnerships and splitting the cost there with partners in that 50% model, and then hopefully there's still the agreement by central government to participate in that particular program. As the other chap that spoke this morning said that people specifically come for trail riding, I think there's a unique opportunity to bring a diverse member of the community to our district as well, to showcase our other areas. Everyone is always talking about everything's happening in Rolleston, so this is a great way for us to showcase all of the areas, including those that are inaccessible, and especially the taonga of our mana whenua as well. And if you've read the book Uprising, perhaps that might give you an indication of the significance and the uniqueness that we have in our area. And through this report, it really brings that through. I'm happy to support the option recommended by the staff for us to continue. Grant's already raised the question around monitoring that, but look, I think there's a great opportunity, respect the work that's been done, and let's get going.
Thanks, Shane. Bob?
Yeah, a while ago I was involved with trying to get a trail from Darfield, and it was down the rail corridor, and we had discussions with Transrail, and they were very strict on what they wanted, like fenced they wanted it fenced off from the rail and things like that. Does that still apply, and have you looked into that?
Yes, we have, and I'm currently working on a trail in North Island on rail land. I know how challenging it is to work with Kiwi Rail, but as you've mentioned before, Kiwi Rail also sees some significant benefits in this trail and the staff that we engaged with, both of which were actually Selwyn born and bred, were really supportive of the trail and really positive about them being involved in it. But obviously, rail, working the rail corridor, safety issues is going to be a big aspect of it. The trail route which we've identified has only got a light touch on the rail corridor, and that's also one of the matters which kind of informed the route which we've proposed, as opposed to the one that was investigated 9 or 10 years ago.
Thank you. Really appreciate the work that's been done. This just shows that it's feasible, and beyond feasible, it actually shows it's really beneficial to our district to be able to complete. But at the moment, we can't afford it. So the big challenge is thinking about how we continue to develop the planning so that when funding is available and we can think about a different future than we've got now, then we can actually implement some of that stuff, because there's a huge amount of planning, consenting, designing, engineering that's going to need to go in. So I'm pleased to see the identification of the need for that work over the next few years. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Elizabeth, do you want it recorded? If you could record Elizabeth as against. Thank you. Declare it carried. Jeff and Ron, thank you for coming in today, and Kamal and Andrew for presenting it to us.
Thank you.
We've got a number of things on the agenda still to go, guys. So I think we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and just allow a quick break, and then we'll come back for the rest of the items on the agenda in 10 minutes.
statement of proposal, which is essentially the questions we're asking the community. Those 4 questions are the key to this phase of consultation. The first 2 are really there for allowing the asset to transition over to a legal entity of some description and identifying who that legal entity could be. The other 2 are really questions 3 and 4 are there to help inform council to make a decision. So is there enough help and capacity in the community to get this done, and potentially any other themes that come out through those other comment sections. The second point there is to endorse the process for public consultation. I'll talk a bit about those points in a minute. And the third point is to elect members to a hearings panel, which I think our recommendation is that should be all of council. If we turn to page 180, that's probably some of the key items in there. The questions, the timeline that we're looking to run to, as well as the communication activities during consultation. So you see there's a large amount of a variety of consultation activities that are taking place throughout this consultation period, including direct mail drops into Sheffield, Springfield and Darfield, who are the most impacted areas. Spreading the canvas a bit wider than that, there's adverts in the Selwyn Times and the normal Have Your Say channels as well. In terms of the consultation document, I just want to draw attention to a couple of changes that will be made in that document. There's 3 key things. One is the photos, and we've got a nice blue imagery of the water, so that that's been updated since the pool's been cleaned and tidied up. We're a bit eager in terms of taking some of the photos out there. And there's a couple of little small typos just to draw to your attention. One's on page 187, says 16 April 2024. That's obviously the wrong year, so we'll change that to 25. And additionally, there's a duplication on page 190 in terms of the submission, the top of your submission form, which will get sorted out as well. Otherwise, I'm happy to take questions or comments and go from there. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Lydia?
Happy to move.
Cool. Is there a seconder for this? Elizabeth? I just wonder about the final recommendation and whether people want all of council to make this decision or whether we could just appoint 3, well, council will make the decision, but whether we could just appoint 3 councillors to be on the hearings panel and do that chunk of work rather than it needing to be everyone in here for the days that are required. I also think if we're going to hold hearings on that pool, we should do them closer to the community rather than asking every submitter to come down here. So just thinking about location and ahead of time as well. Any views particularly around, does anyone want to be on that and we just chuck 3 people on it, or does people want to keep it as full council? Shane, any thoughts on that?
Full council. And I'm happy to see that, well, I'm not happy, but I'm comforted to see that if, page 178.3, proceed with demolition if no arrangement is able to be satisfactorily negotiated before June 30th, 25th. So it has a timeline. There is an ultimate outcome should it not be successfully negotiated that a community or a group will take it on. But I do believe that, bring it back to full council if there's any other views.
Yep. So we'll definitely come back to full council for the decision, but normally we just appoint a hearings panel. And I'd suggest because of the local and recent history with the pool, perhaps not the local Melbourne councillors, but depending on whether they want to be involved in that as well, it might be quite helpful just to have some other views in the hearings. Melbourne councillors would still be a part of the decision making. Phil?
Do we need to go to full consultation for this?
Yes.
Yeah. James, do you want to talk to that?
It meets the special consultative process requirements as it's a strategic asset of council, as also reducing service levels to that community.
I thought it might just be because in the decision we'd said we will go out for consultation, but it doesn't say, this is targeted consultation. I think I like your idea of the small people, a smaller group to do the hearings, and I'd like to put my name forward for that.
Thanks. Sophie?
Yeah, I agree. A panel would be good in Sheffield. If it would be appropriate. I'm not fussed about being on it. I just think it would be appropriate to have a panel in Sheffield. And just wanted to ask what anyone would think about the role of the community board in something like this. Yeah. Just because they are like, is it something they would rather be on a panel for, or would they prefer to submit? Because I know that they've been involved and I'm not quite sure what the extent of that is from their point of view or from anybody else's.
James presented to the Malvern Community Board last month to give them an update with regards to where they're at, and without speaking for them, but I suspect that they will provide a submission into the hearings.
Yeah, that would be my understanding as well. Yeah, without speaking for them.
Thanks for raising that, Sophie. We could provide that as an option, that the hearings panel could consist of a community board member, but we would want to be clear with them that if that being the case, they couldn't submit on the consultation
that's
themselves.
their usual issue.
And then they could make the decision if the place isn't filled. Any other views around the table about how we go about making this happen? My preference is to appoint 3 of us to do it, and we don't all need to go out to Sheffield. Phil is happy to make that happen and be the chair. Could have a couple of people to join him. Elizabeth, thank you. And a community board member if they are happy to not be part of the consultation but sit on the hearings panel.
Does that mean the whole community?
No, they'll appoint one person.
No, sorry, the whole community board can't do a submission of one of their members.
Correct. Yeah. Lily?
I'm just questioning around that. So no involvement from MCB?
It would be up to them. So we would leave a seat for them if they don't want to have a person on that hearings panel and they want to remain as a submitter, then we could look to appoint someone else to that. Because I think having 3 people on the panel is better than having 2. Okay?
Well, we haven't got Deborah yet, so we can nominate.
No, we're not. We won't nominate Deborah in her absence, but we will appoint Phil and Elizabeth and leave a space for community board subject to their approval. And James, we've got time before any hearings would happen for us to revisit those named people should we need to.
I was going to say, there should be somebody from Malvern on the panel. If the community board doesn't want to be part of it, then
Retiring, so you should.
I'll nominate Bob.
If there's 3, I'll put my name forward because I really haven't had it quite as much to do with it as Lydia, so.
Okay, so the named people are Councillor Dean, Munt and Mugford, with space for a community board member subject to their, so there could be 4, but likely 3 if they've already suggested that I'd rather be a submitter. Thank you to the 3 of you for that. Any further questions or comments on this report? All those, do we have a mover and seconder? Oh, you Lydia moved it, that's right. And there was a seconder, Elizabeth. Yep. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, James. Thank you. The next item is a review of the dog control bylaw. Moved by Grant, seconded by Shane. Highlights. Brief highlights.
Are we on?
All right. Right, kia ora. Very brief highlights. I'll take this as read. The purpose of this is to seek your approval about retaining the existing dog control bylaw. It keeps it in play and it meets our obligations under the Dog Control Act. Happy to take any questions.
There are no questions. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. And the next item is the Dog Control Policy and Practices Report.
Hello again. Right, I'm introducing Matt. This is again an annual requirement under the Dog Control Act. We do this every year. It's a 10A and it contains all facts and figures over the year, the important information. I will take this as read and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Kia ora, Matt. Thanks for being here. Any questions on this item? There are none. Mover and seconder. Shane. Thank you, Sophie. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Tab 19 is council submission on exposure to natural hazard information in limbs. Moved Bob and a seconder. Thanks, Phil. Hand over to you.
Good evening, councillors. Yes, we're that late into the afternoon.
So the purpose of this report is to seek your endorsement on the submission that we have lodged on the exposure draft of regulations for natural hazard information and land information memoranda. The proposed regulations aim to ensure that LIMS share information about natural hazards in a way that is clear, concise, easy to understand and consistent across the country, and give councils greater certainty about the changes and reduce our legal risk. Key points raised in our submission on the regulations include that councils will need time to implement the changes proposed by the regulations rather than having them apply from the date that they come into force. We support clarifying the obligations of territorial authorities and regional councils with respect to LIMS. We've requested changes to the proposed content of natural hazards section that prescribes headings for natural hazards to be included in a LIM. We suggest an approach that is consistent with the RMA so that we get some level of consistency across legislation. We do note that plain language summaries as proposed by the regulations do introduce new risks. Council staff contributed to the development of the mayoral forum submission on consultation, and the two submissions are largely aligned. If council does not retrospectively agree to this submission, then we will request to the DIA that the submission be withdrawn.
Thank you for that. Sophie?
Yep, I'm happy to move it. Just wanted to note that in the agenda it says that the submission is attached. It's not actually in diligent, but it was circulated by email. So we should all have it. But yeah, happy to move it. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you. Grant?
Hi, I know it's late in the afternoon, but it's probably an important question. Is this sort of a amendment that potentially could open us up to liability, but like the leaky buildings sort of scenario? If someone says, hang on, my LIM didn't show me I was exposed to that landslide potentially happening to my house, is this creating a real risk to us as an operation? I mean, you hope that we get all the LIMs with the information on them, but the nature of the volume and scale of our organisation would suggest that potentially there will be some which don't get covered by these LIM alterations, unless we put a blanket sort of LIM note on everything. Is there a risk of us being exposed to litigation?
No more than we are already. These regulations are about providing the information consistently across the country. We are already required to disclose information that we hold on natural hazards. This is just about the way that we display it.
Thank you. There was a mover and a seconder for this. Yeah. Shane. Cool. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, Rachel. The next tab 20 is the authority to grant leases over recreation reserves, page 201 of today's agenda. And I think, Sharon, you said staff for this have...
They had to leave.
So moved by Shane, seconded by Lydia. If you have any detailed questions, please follow them up with Rob and the team after this. If there's a general question that we can take, happy to look at it.
General question, is this creating undue expense for communities? These are seats around a cricket oval, for goodness sake. Do we really need a lease to have some seats around an oval? I mean, I guess we're obeying the letter of the law, but it just seems like we might be creating quite a bit of expense for our smaller clubs and communities. That's just a question not to be answered today, but...
I think you've hit the nail on the head. Letter of the law and the Reserves Act require us to have a lease.
Okay.
But I'm happy to, I can't answer that in the level of detail, unfortunately, that Rob would be able to answer.
We'll follow up and get back by email, Sharon, on that.
Chris, wouldn't they already have a lease for using those areas?
Obviously,
for the Whedon's one, it's what?
Yes, so they're asking to, so the recommendation agrees to the granting of leases described within this report. So basically they're saying there is a legislative requirement to either grant these leases or not. And the report indicates that if we do nothing. They're saying that it is not an option, as it's best practice to enter into a lease to provide both the leaseor and leasee with a framework to manage occupation.
And we want the club to be able to get on with them and do them. But it seems over the top, Grant. I hear what you're saying. It's been brought to our attention now. Lydia.
I mean, it would just be a peppercorn lease, wouldn't it?
We don't know the answer to that without Rob in the room, so
Yeah, dollar.
grant him the lease.
Inflation. Like, yeah.
All those in favour that we grant them, say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. There's no public excluded items on the agenda or papers, and if we're not going to discuss the minutes, then we can just approve the minutes now without any further discussion. So if there's a mover and seconder, Bob will move, and Sophie this second the minutes from the PX meeting on Wednesday the 23rd as true and accurate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. And we move to a closing karakia. Una here, tapo, kia wātia, ai, kua wātia. Kia ora everyone, thank you for a long day and staying engaged.